Accra uses data analytics to understand what its customers' value or true value is. When we established the Africa Retail Academy in 2021, our vision was to equip the retail ecosystem with the knowledge, skills, and research it needs to thrive in this fast-changing environment. Since then, the Academy has developed hundreds of professionals and entrepreneurs across multiple countries, helping bridge the gap between the structure of formal retail and the agility of informal trade. Retail remains one of Africa's strongest economic engines, contributing between 20 and 50% of GDP across nations. Yet, we must acknowledge the realities: fragmented supply chains, limited access to finance, infrastructure deficits, and slow digital adoption. These challenges are not setbacks. There are opportunities waiting for leadership, collaboration, and innovation to unlock their potential. Gatherings like the Africa Retail Congress are essential. They enable us to move beyond theory into action, designing frameworks that help retailers, policymakers, financiers, and innovators collaborate to build an inclusive, integrated, and technology-enabled retail ecosystem. As we begin our sessions today, I encourage you to engage with openness, share your experiences generously, and collaborate boldly. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Planning Committee, as well as to our distinguished faculty members in the persons of Professor 𝗂𝗄𝗲, the Academic Director of the Africa Retail Academy, Professor 𝗂𝗲𝘂𝗲, who is the chair of the Africa Retail Congress, and the man we call 𝗗𝗁 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗄𝗲, who serves as a or what sometimes we refer to as alternate academic director for the Retail Academy. I want to thank them particularly for their vision and dedication. I also wish to thank all our sponsors and partners who have over time been supporting, and they are still supporting us to make this kind of gathering possible. It remains for me now to wish all of you an insightful and impactful Congress. Signed, Professor Olayinka David West, Dean, Lagos Business School. Thank you very much.
So let's get to know the room a little. Raise your hands if you have been in retail over 10 years. Wow. Over 5 years? A little above 1 year. So we need to clap for our seniors. So the 1 year, the 5 years, let's hear you clap for, because if you're doing something for 10 years, that means you are doing something right. Quickly welcome with me for his opening remarks, the Congress Chair, Africa Retail Congress, Professor 𝗂𝗲𝗂𝗄𝗲.
Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, partners, and friends. It is a real pleasure to welcome you to the Africa Retail Congress 2025, hosted by the Africa Retail Academy, Lagos Business School, Pan-Atlantic University. Having all of you here today means a lot. Whether you represent the formal retail sector, work with the informal markets, drive technology solutions, or shape policy, your presence reflects a shared commitment to build a stronger, smarter, and inclusive retail future for Africa. Our team this year, Transforming Retail with Emerging Technology, speaks directly to the moment we find ourselves. In where technology is increasingly impacting how products move and how decisions are made. In the informal sector, platforms such as 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗲, and 𝗂𝗵𝗺 are rewriting the rules. They are giving small shop owners the ability to restock faster, access working capitals, and sell more directly and efficiently from their cell phones. On the digital front, e-commerce across Africa is currently worth around $40 billion. It projected to double by 2030. That growth is driven by widespread adoption of mobile technology and fintech innovations. Platforms like Worry in Egypt or the mobile money revolution in Kenya, together they process millions of payments daily, creating a new kind of retail rhythm built on speed, security, and access. This development reminds us of something simple yet profound. Technology drives efficiency, connects markets, and gives the everyday trader as much potential as the multinational retail chain. But we must also be honest about the challenges ahead. Infrastructure gaps remain. Access to finance is uneven. Our regulatory systems still need to evolve, and across the sector, there is a growing need for digital scale and leadership capacity. That is why this Congress matters, because progress will not come from technology alone. It will come from collaboration among governments, investors, innovators, community, working together with a shared purpose and vision. Today, you will hear insights from leading voices, shaping retail across Africa. You will experience conversations that cut across formal and informal systems, policy and innovation, commerce, and also community. I hope that each conversation will leave you with one clear takeaway and inspire you to think, act differently. So as we begin, I encourage you to connect wisely, question deeply, and then share openly. Let us explore not just where retail is going, but how we can build systems that truly serve people, from the market trader in Ibadan, and then to retail tech founder in Nairobi. On behalf of the organizing committee, our headline sponsor, Sunday Market, and our valued sponsors and partners, including 𝗧𝗶𝗺𝗲, FoodCore, 𝗓𝗏𝘂𝗵𝗺, Duplo, Sims, Tolerant Group, and then retailer AVD, as well as our official partners, Nairametrics and KPMG. I welcome you once again to the Africa Retail Congress 2025. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in Africa retail potential. Let us learn, network, have fun here at Lagos Business School.
Thank you, Prof. I think we can do better than that. So the one gift you need to give us just to encourage us, it's not easy to face a crowd, so that I don't have stage fright. Just clap. When the speakers are here, let's encourage them. It's one way to keep you alert as well. So thank you very much, Prof. Very quickly, I want to ask how many of us have downloaded the brochure? Do you need the QR code back up here? Please, can we have the QR code again for those that came in later? So in our spirit of sustainability, saving the earth, we reduce the volume of printout that we are doing for the brochure. So we'd like all of us to please take advantage, download the brochure so you can follow with the proceedings. So thank you very much for that opening. We go on straight to the first keynote address. Our keynote is centered on the theme of this Congress: transforming retail with emerging technologies, strategic implications for operations, investors, and policymakers. And our esteemed keynote speaker is no other person than Juliet Anama. As she comes on stage, her profile will come up, but you can see it on there. She's the Chief Executive Officer, CG&R Strategy, LLC Board Chair, Nigeria Breweries. Can we give her a resounding round of applause? This is an industry tycoon, practitioner, experience, And bring out your pad to take notes, because if you don't get anything from this session, it will be a great miss. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. I was going to suggest that if you really want us to be more lively and clap and be more energetic, you might turn down the AC a little bit. Some years ago, I was doing, I think it was a study for a retail brand, highly upscale retail brand. They wanted to understand why a lot of ordinary Nigerians were not coming into the stores. So they were not seeing the footprint. And we did a lot of interviewing and all that. And one woman I remember said to me, so I said, why don't you walk in? It's just next on the street. And she said, Madam, the kind AC where they blow for there, I sure say the price go day high. That's why I know enter. So that's why I said, turn down the AC small so that we can smile more. Thank you. Anyway, I hope I know how to navigate this, but it's not showing. So where do people see this, the slides? Is it okay, all right, thank you. And I have to learn new technology of how to move the thing around, right? It's moving, but I don't know. Next, the real slides are not showing yet.
Can we have this?
Are you sure you uploaded the slides? Okay. So this is the part where I'm supposed to tell jokes until they come. Okay, thank you. All right, let me see whether it's right, left. Okay, yeah, okay, perfect, okay. So, yeah, so, retail, I've been in retail literally all my adult consulting life, from consulting all the way to operations. So, and it's one of the sectors that I really, really love. I'm so happy that we have our own Africa Retail Congress. Every year I attend the World Retail Congress, and I sit there and I'm listening and saying, everything sounds great for New York, but not for 𝗂𝗗𝗄𝗏, not for Balogun Market. So I'm so happy that you're having this Congress, because then we can speak to things that are really relevant in our own environment. Retail is the most simple business, okay? In one sense, you plan, you buy, you move the goods, you sell, okay? And you run the business. You have the business operations, you have the HR, you have the finance, you have the, the technology, everything that runs the business at the back end. So in that sense, it is one of the simplest business to do. But in another sense, it's also one of the most complicated businesses. You have multiple categories. So in your average store, whether it is a ShopRite or Sundry Markets or any other retail outlet, there are multiple categories. There are alcoholic beverages, there are fashion goods, there are electronic goods. There are multiple categories you can have. Of course, some retailers are very much into one vertical. In other words, they just have one category they're concentrated on. But a lot of retailers are multi-category. So it can be very complicated. It's even more complicated because, there are multiple touch points. Retail is always somewhere in the middle between different other touch points, so to speak. So you've got manufacturing on one side that is providing the goods which retail is selling, except if retail is into its own private label, which is a different kettle of fish entirely. And then you have distributors, you have sub-distributors, you have wholesalers, you have bulk breakers. And then down the chain, you then have corner shops, e-commerce, neighborhood stores. There are many areas in which retail can play. And the interesting thing is that retail is one of those businesses, one of those areas where, to borrow the much used phrase, belongs to everyone and yet belongs to no one. Everyone thinks they can play in retail. And I'll give some examples of what's happening in the global environment now, because everyone thinks, hey, retail is a space that we can play in. Okay. So it is multi-complicated. And also, high level of tech adoption. In fact, retail has more tech adoption than traditional companies like manufacturing, in some sense. Okay. Look at the array of different solutions that are available for retail, either from the wholesale side in terms of warehouse management systems or retail management systems and solutions, or it's in the payment side in terms of payment solutions, or it's in the distribution in terms of transport as a service, last mile delivery, e-commerce, all of that. All of those different technologies are things that retail has adopted, and quite rapidly. In fact, there is a study that shows that the fastest industry to adopt new technology when it comes up is retail. It's because retail is so close to the consumer that whatever the consumer is adopting, no matter where they're adopting it from, it could have started from banking services, it could have started from any service, as long as the consumer has started to use it, it comes into retail very quickly. Okay. So there's a high level of tech adoption. There's also a high level of new tech that is coming. And I'll just share some of those examples. These are some examples of technologies that I have been involved in either implementing or helping clients to adopt them. Look at Pictory, for example. I don't know how many of you have used Pictory. I've used Pictory to design social media campaigns, okay. LinkedIn campaigns, Instagram campaigns, Facebook campaigns for retail promotions. You can use 𝗂𝗺𝗲, for example, for when you plug, is a plug into your inventory, and it's a pre-ordering tool, so that when you're running out of stock, a customer places an order, and you're running out of stock, and it pre-orders on behalf of the customer, so that when next you restock, the order is already in the system. Okay, so you don't lose that item, that order, because you are out of stock. Okay. So these are some examples of things that are coming. 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗃 does a lot of design for fashion. I've used Leonardo.ai also to design complete fashion mock-up for a brand, integrated with manufacturing in China, developed, never spoke to a single person, developed, delivered to store, and sold. So that's how much is happening with retail. I'm sure some of you know about Amazon's Just Walk Out. Okay, although each time I see Just Walk Out, I actually don't see anybody inside of those spaces. Just Walk Out simply means you enter the store, there's absolutely no one. You go in there, you make your purchases through your app, and that's it. You don't meet anybody, checkout is done, and the payment is done on your card or whatever system you use for payment, and you just simply walk out of the store. Not a single salesperson is inside that space. Okay. So that's what they do with Just Walk Out. Walmart, as you can see there, has just launched with ChatGPT, so you can place orders with on AI, on chat, basically. Okay. Those are examples of tech that is out there. Okay. There's even more coming. So recently, OpenAI and Stripe just announced their agentic commerce protocol. With that, there's no need to click anymore. So you see, we moved retail from an environment where you had to go into the store and pick something, put in your basket and pay for it, to an environment where you didn't have to go to a store. You can sit with your phone or an app, you select something, you click on it, and it goes into your basket and you order. Now we're moving away from click completely. So that's a fundamental shift in the way retail is going to be designed and operated. No click. I just pick up my phone and I speak on ChatGPT and I say, this is what I want to buy. And it's the agent's responsibility to find what I'm looking for, place the order, and ensure that the item is paid for. Okay. So there's a lot that is going on out there. The final one I'll share is, of course, on TikTok. You can now have, I can imagine any store in Nigeria, any retail platform in Nigeria, just having its own AI agents as virtual influencers. Okay. On TikTok, and it's possible. These are really human voice activated agents that can become your influencers. Imagine how much it costs to onboard a human influencer, the ego management you have to deal with when he's a famous artist and all that. All of that's gone. 24/7, the agent is available as your virtual influencer. So I could go on, but I just picked a few examples of things that are going on in the market, and it could and will at some point come to our own shores. Okay. Having said all of that, still, our market is a population of consumers, large population of them with feature phones, 50% with smartphones, but 60% still have feature phones. Right? And they have small wallets. Just like India. Once I was in a congress with a very successful Indian fashion retailer. I just said our markets are the same. We're characterized by a large population, but small wallets. Okay. And we have to design for those and for that kind of environment. Okay. And that's why the predominant retail channels are still the ones they understand. Is the kiosk, the open market, the neighborhood store, the tabletop. Those are the predominant channels in Nigeria. It's not the quote-unquote modern trade, as we call it in retail. Okay. But it's not a problem. You know, we've spent how many years, 30 years, saying informal market, where we have to formalize them. Who the hell are we trying to formalize something that wants to stay informal? Why don't you just accept that it's informal and work with it? And that's the mindset I want us to live with, that stop trying to formalize the informal market. It is what it is. It is an opportunity. Let's try and figure out rather how we utilize that informality and how we design and use technology to squeeze out a lot of value out of that informality as we describe it. And there is a whole lot that can be done. But before we can start doing that whole lot and creating the opportunities that will expand retail beyond the size it is now to 10 times more in terms of value, there's some thinking that we need to get out of our heads as people who are in retail. And predominantly, the thinking we need to get out of our heads is we've always seen retail as being part of another type of business. Either retail as a channel for manufacturing, retail as a channel for financial services, retail as a channel for transportation. That's the way retail has always seen itself, as something in the middle of another industry and influenced largely by that industry. Whether, like I said, it is manufacturing or it is banking services because of the payments that they push to retailers to be able to use for consumers to make payments, all that kinds of considerations. How about we think of retail for once as a standalone asset class on its own? You know, I was wondering, Are we not the ones who are most ready for agentic AI? I think so. 2 days ago, I changed my thinking completely. I thought, oh, no, it's going to take a little while. No, we are ready for it. I listened to a presentation by a company they're based in Mexico, Peru, and Guatemala. These are markets that are pretty much like ours. They're called 𝗓𝗄𝗃𝗃, is the name of the company. And they were telling me about an AI app which they built on their own. Nobody in the company is an AI expert. They built it on their own, and what does it do? It is a companion for small stores. So just imagine the malam on the street. As long as he has a smartphone, he picks up his smartphone in the morning and he says, let's say the name of the AI agent is, what's the nice name we can pick? Obi? Yes. The name is Obi. Obi, I did for Nasarawa market here. I don't sell chewing gum yesterday. Wait till you think I go sell today. And Obi say, it be like so it go rain, no make I tell you. So the thing where you go sell today, it be the kind thing where they go make pepper soup. So you get Maggi, you no get Maggi. I don't check your store, you no get Maggi. You go stock up for Maggi for today. Crayfish, you no get crayfish. You go stock up for crayfish today. That's what 𝗓𝗄𝗃𝗃's AI agent does. Why the hell can't it do it here? What's stopping us? It can. Imagine such an AI agent that amplifies the sales of every single small corner store or neighborhood store or kiosk in Nigeria. And they are paying 100 naira per day because of the insights it's producing and helping them to amplify their sales 3 times or 5 times more than they're doing. They'd be happy to pay 100 naira per day. Guess what? It's worth almost $1 billion in revenue per annum. Okay. So why are we not thinking that way? It's because, like I said, we've always thought of retail as part of somebody else's ecosystem rather than being an asset class on its own. There are other things. Why is retail not the one deciding the products that should be sold in retail? Because we know the kinds of products that the consumers want to buy. We know the price points they want to buy. But we accept the prices that manufacturers give us, and we just say, okay, we're fine with 5%, 10% margin on it. And we're fine. But what about redesigning the entire product and saying, look, it's not going to work unless it comes at this price point. 20,000 naira will not work. Can you produce it at 15,000? Go back and think through the product details, the design requirements, the materials that are involved in the manufacturing, and get it at that price point. These are some of the things which retail is well positioned to do, if retail can take up the challenge. I keep asking, why is it that retail is not the one saying, let there be a fund, an infrastructure fund? Simply because the infrastructure, the roads, the rails, they are what we need to reduce the cost of products at the last mile for the consumer in retail outlets. Because these things come from the ports, they are shipped, they are distributed. Depending on where your store is, there's an additional markup just because of cost of transportation. So why isn't there a fund for that? Why do we stop at Africa Retail Congress? And we're happy that we have a Congress. Why isn't there a fund for different aspects that deal with retail, that impact retail? And retailers are the ones that are taking the lead and then crowding in investment into these sectors because they're important for retail. Why is no one taking over sets of corner shops and creating corner shop as a service? Okay. One of the apps that 𝗓𝗄𝗃𝗃 has, it just, know how they acquire new stores? is not by sending a sales agent to go and scope Alaba market. No. On your phone, Madam Risi, on your phone, please download this app. She downloads the app. With the app, she takes a scan of her store. How many fridges? 2 fridges. It calculates the average revenue from that store in a day. Not one single sales rep was sent out to go to Alaba and spend 3 hours in traffic going and coming back. With that, they acquire the store. They know the inventory in the store, and they are able to even offer credit to that store based on their inventory. And then they overlay it with Obi, who becomes AI companion for that store and determines, advises when to order. Sometimes they say their sales rep will call the store. The sales rep will say, why are you calling me now? Me and Obi talked yesterday. We don't agree the thing where I go buy. Okay. So these are very simple things. Then how come with such, you can imagine that open markets, even open markets that feel so unstructured, is so informal, it can be turned into an asset class and attract real investment into that space. Okay. So the last thing is, I'm working now on a project that's looking at increasing, I'm done, don't worry. I never speak for more than, how many minutes have I'm surprised I've gone for longer. I'll be done in 1 minute. Okay. I'm working on a project that's looking at smartphone penetration, increasing smartphone penetration across Africa using Nigeria as a pilot. And I'm wondering, why is it the banks worrying about that? Why are retailers not worrying about smartphone penetration? Isn't that one of the tools that is extremely critical to the growth of retail? So you see, my point is, we have, as maybe because, like I said, retail has been part of somebody else's ecosystem all this while, manufacturer's ecosystem, banking's ecosystem, or other ecosystems. We've never actually thought of retail as a standalone asset class and began to say, how do we redirect investment around us to support retail? So in closing, hope I'm not going backwards. Is it going forward? It's going backwards. Yeah, so in closing, I'm just saying, look, the opportunities are there. I think we're ripe for some of the opportunities and some of the tech that we think is two-way forward. We're probably ripe for it, because if there's anything Nigerians know how to do is to talk. So we're ready for agentic AI, in my view. We're ready for so many other things if we can only come together and look at retail from a fresh perspective. Thank you very much for your time.
Please, let's keep clapping till she's well settled. I don't know about you, but I've jotted a lot of ideas and businesses that, so if you are just here and it doesn't spark something off your mind to say, oh, I can start that as a business. Before you know me, I've started it too, And she talked about having a mindset, mind shift in retail, looking at so many opportunities out there that are unseen, creating corner shops as a service, seeing informal retail as an opportunity. I'm sure if you've not written up to 5 businesses already, then maybe you need to go back home and listen to her keynote address. Please can we clap, a warm round of applause for her. Thank you very much, Ma, for that wonderful keynote address. Quickly, if you're just coming in, you don't have the brochure, please scan the QR code for an e-brochure. And in this generation of hashtags, we can't have a program without hashtags. So as you take that picture, the selfies, please use the hashtag LBSARC 2025. That's LBSARC 2025 and LBS African Retail Congress. If you didn't get that, I'll take it again. LBS ARC 2025 and LBS Africa Retail Congress hashtag, so that you can say, oh, this was the person that sat next to me. So as you take your pictures as a network, please kindly use this hashtag. We'll be taking messages from our sponsors right away, and we'll be taking messages from Sundry Markets and Zoho.
People working together. Behind every aisle at Market Square are the hands of dedicated people working together to serve you. From stocking the shelves to attending to every customer, every interaction tells a story of care, quality, and service. And together, we've grown over 37 stores in 16 cities, serving over 30 million Nigerians each year. Because at Market Square, service isn't just what we do, it's who we are.
So these guys still call you Mama Dugu? Yes, now, because they know I always express love to them. Special day, take your Indomie Oriental. Pepper lover, your Indomie pepper soup. Take your Indomie crayfish. Thank you.
From childhood favorite to new discoveries, keep expressing love with Indomie flavors.
A round of applause to all of our sponsors. So we have sponsors that have been with the Congress for about 4 years. Every year they invest in this Congress. They make it possible for us to reach out to many retailers across Nigeria, across Africa. Without them, this Congress would be very difficult, if not impossible, to put together. So thank you, Market Square. Thank you, Zoho. Thank you, Indomie. Thank you, all of our sponsors, for making this possible. And it's coming from the CEO Omni Retail. The theme or the topic is transforming retail with emerging technologies, strategic implications for retailers in formal and informal markets. Join me in welcoming 𝗗𝗄𝗄𝗃. Clap until he gets to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am grateful to LBS for this opportunity, to all the esteemed professors and such fine audience. I will start the presentation by telling you that I know Juliet, but her and I have not planned the presentation. When you see my presentation, the things she spoke about, the place where she ended, is exactly the place where I'm starting from. And it was not planned. Thank you. Before I go into the presentation, I want to talk about the power of retail. Amazing. So the topic I'm talking about is transforming retail using technology, emerging technology. When we talk, I'm not very used to standing in one place. I'm a fidgety person. So if you see me moving around without the mic, I think I'm loud enough. I can cover you all. But yeah, I'll continue. Which are the technologies? I'm going to start with a few questions. Which are the technologies that come to mind today when we speak about emerging technologies which are changing the world? Anyone? AI. It's not even a second guess. It's top of mind. What is AI based on? Data. Without data, is there AI? No. And why are we talking about retail? Retail in Africa. These are the first two topics that I'll cover, and then I'll go deeper into how exactly retail is structured and what exactly is AI doing in retail to transform. One more question before we get in. People talk about artificial intelligence, and I hear some of our brothers saying, it's still time. If AI is going to change something, it's going to be in the US first. It's going to be in the Europe next. And then our chance will come. Are we together? How many of you believe, okay, can you name the countries who are using ChatGPT, one of the examples of AI, in a day-to-day basis? Can you name the countries? Top of mind. Nigeria. Amazing. Any other country that comes to mind? Which is using ChatGPT more than United States? Kenya. India. This is list of countries, and on the left is the percentage of people who use ChatGPT daily. And do you see United States? There is India, there is Pakistan, there is Kenya, there is China. So adoption of technology in our part of the world is not waiting for somebody else to approve it. Are we talk together? So we don't have to develop a technology that will be second to us. The time has come where we are building, I think Juliet gave some fabulous examples, based on the needs of the market. We are building technology that services this market, and we are waiting for no one. The times of making what has worked in the US, Uber into Nigeria, we are making Airbnb into Nigeria, we are making solutions that are AI first for our market. So you see on the right, 27% of the users in Kenya use ChatGPT daily. Now, why retail and why today? Retail has been big before I was born, and it will be big after I'm gone. Why are we talking about retail today? The emerging trends of growth in retail on our continent are fabulous. Last 3 years, things have changed a lot, and it is continuing to improve. The way retail is structured in Nigeria and in neighboring countries is very different. We don't have a Walmart. And we have some large format supermarkets. We have some sponsors, and hats off to them on how they have built their empire. We just saw Market Square with 37 outlets. Fabulous. But natively, we are not used to going 10 kilometers to an air-conditioned store and buying goods. How do we buy? Mama, I'm sending my son. Can you give her this? How do we buy? It's the neighborhood stores who built the retail economy of our country, and not just our country. I'm actually going to skip this slide and go to the next. It is actually 97% of the overall trade is done through neighborhood stores. But it's the same trend in other countries on the continent. So if you see overall, 75% of the overall retail in our countries are done by traditional trade. Mom and pop stores, alabaros, abukis, malams, whatever you want to call them. But what makes them different? I messed up. This was the slide I was supposed to cover before. What makes them different? What is the difference? I think Juliet mentioned another point which not many people understand, which is changing, saying tomorrow's retail in Nigeria is going to be, there will be Walmart in Nigeria, there will be 7-Eleven in Nigeria, or there will be Costco's and Tesco's of the world in Nigeria, is force-fitting a model that was developed for a different economy into an economy which requires and desires something different. What we need is right pricing, and we need is convenience. Logistics is not exactly structured the way it is structured in the United States. So going 10 kilometers and then finding parking to go inside a mall is a very different experience. The difference between a traditional store And a modern store is only one thing, which is data. It is not the shape, it is not the structure, it is not the size and the format, or whether they have a POS by Microsoft or a POS by Apple. What matters is, do they know what they are doing? Retail has flourished, but predominantly that flourishment has been 10% of the market potential is because it is driven by gut. Today, we are scared that a retailer does not want her child to be a retailer. A mama who is running a retail store in your neighborhood for the last 10 years, does she dream of her daughter or her son taking over the store? No. Why? She's struggling with price changes, with margins, with actual technology that can help her manage multiple SKUs. So what she does, everywhere across the world, you have one store where you can get your eggs, where you can get your fresh vegetables, where you can get your noodles, pasta, flour, bread, oil, rice, pounded yam. Here, we have stores for oil. We have stores for packaged foods. We have stores for commodities, where you'll get your rice and beans. We have stores. Why? You have divided one person's income into 5 stores, and you want him to be profitable? How? The difference is, they need to capture their data. They don't need air conditioning. They don't need 24/7 generators. They need to know, this month, how much am I going to sell? Next month, what inventory should I have? What am I going out of stock? And I think this is what defines the difference. If we can give the power to our traditional retailers to capture, this is the opportunity that stands at hand. We have the largest growing population in the world. We have a market where internet penetration is growing, which is ready to use technology. Juliet mentioned some numbers around the big mix between smartphones and consumer phones, smartphones and analog phones. But the reality today is, with last 3 years, all the policies that have been pushed, if you tell me there is a retailer who doesn't have a bank account, I'll be surprised. For the last 2 years, most of the retailers were not able to withdraw 20,000 naira from their ATM. Every retailer today, I'm not talking about the Alabaros, I'm not talking about the pushcarts, I'm talking about a fixed store. We've done this study and we say 100% of these retailers who are full-time retailers, not by-the-way retailers, or today I have money, I buy, and tomorrow I sell, and then store is shut. But those people have phones, because without a BVN, without an account number, running a business in Nigeria is not a possibility anymore. Are we together? So these people are equipped with internet. Their style of using internet is different. They will switch off the data when they don't need it, but they have data. They know how to use it. They use WhatsApp. They actually take screenshots of their banking app when their shop boys are doing collections. So we are not running in a market where this revolution of retail we are not ready for. We are absolutely ready. We just have to take the initiative. It's going to be tougher because 97% of those retailers are fragmented in a very detailed manner. There's 6 key areas where we feel there are gaps that we need to bridge. There are more, but these are 6 areas that we feel need urgent support. Not one company, not 2 companies. This is, you don't get one company which changes the future of commerce. You have to have a breed of companies who are not just looking at profitability and valuation, who are looking at consumer behavior and offtake. How exactly is a business being built? The 6 factors here are infrastructure gaps. So, gaps are there. Let's not deny it. Let's work with them. there are gaps. Still, there are markets where internet connectivity is poor. There are still areas where there is market, but just outside the market, after the rain, trucks can't go inside. It's a reality of life. There is a challenge around digital literacy. We want people to learn about Facebook, people want to learn about WhatsApp, but when it comes to using banking apps, banking solutions, they are slower. Access to working capital. There is a huge gap. Everyone wants to give working capital to the person who has collateral. It's a oxymoron. Who do you want to give money to? The person who has money. Why will he take your money? At what price? 3% per month? 36? 32%? How many businesses actually make that kind of margin to consume capital at that rate? And then the amount of time it takes to get a working capital loan, phenomenal. Data fragmentation. If you ask a retailer how much he sold last month, he has an idea. You ask him what he will buy tomorrow, what is his inventory, he will bring out a Kalamazoo. Some of you might know Kalamazoo, it's the notebook which our retailers carry. But that notebook doesn't notify him, Chief, your stock is about to get over, place your order. That's how simple we are talking about. He's keeping data, but in a notebook which does not engage with him. Challenges around regulation, I will not go there. And the challenges around low trust. Even if we want to give working capital loan, even if we want to give payment solution, today we have seen how penetration of POS is changing, how KYC is becoming important. But even now, when I speak to younger startups, they say, we are not doing KYC now, we will do once we reach a height. Basic trust building has to be done from day one. Someone is telling me I need to move forward faster. So these gaps are being bridged. There are still opportunities. Some of you would be looking at creating your own businesses, creating your own startups. Sorry, I went back. The opportunities here are in infrastructure. We need to find solutions that can invest into penetration. You can actually buy bandwidth and service markets. There are still villages who are servicing 10,000 households, 8,000 households, and internet is crappy. How do you connect those people? How do they do digital transactions? How do they work on POSs? We still have the challenges around literacy. Investment in educating people is super important. Challenges around building trust so you can actually have a credit score that works for our country. What is a credit score that works for our country? Why do we need collateral? We need that so we can actually see their data and know what is he selling and how much exposure a company wants to take. If we are going to continue asking for collateral, it will be a very few people working in the business. The quality of data that is coming in, I spoke about how important data is, but then people say, I have data in a notebook, in a register, or I have data in an Excel sheet. But I will be very honest, some of the large manufacturers in the country don't have a clue about how to use their data. This is a small slide which talks about two utilization patterns. One is the flow of data, where you have a funnel, you have raw data being available, you start doing analytics, you start building insights, and then you use those insights to take action. But the one at the bottom is very important. On day one, you can't start doing prediction with your data. On day one, you actually become descriptive. What is happening? Where is it happening? How do you deepen? Why did it happen? So you start to give diagnosis and explanation. Now you can do forecasting. Now you can do predictive analysis. And then finally, how can you be prescriptive? Exactly why did this happen? This month, my sales was low, but this was the reason. Is not juju. Is actually data being prescriptive in its own way. And that's the real use of machine learning and AI. I have a few case studies. All of you know about it. I think Juliet also mentioned about it. Today, the times of building an e-commerce store where you actually list your products is gone. If you're doing that, you're working on a technology that is getting depleted. You need to work on how exactly your products can be explored on ChatGPT. How can you click and order your products on GPTs of the world? Are we together? And that's what Amazon is doing. If Amazon is doing that, and you starting a new e-commerce business don't do that, we'll be lagging behind. These are some of the examples from our industry, our continent. This is a company called 𝗓𝗄𝗃𝗃 in Kenya. They've built an algorithm that enables them to see the history on M-Pesa and other platforms and can give you a loan without you having to queue up in their stores. Simple. This is another company from South Africa. It was acquired. It was acquired because a large giant called Checkers said, we will not sit back. We will ride the D2C commerce wave. We will not wait for people to come to our stores. We will go to their houses. And I think it was a very important thing. Thinking about business is going to be done the way it was done when I was younger. Tomorrow is not the right way. And I think a case study about us, what we do at Omni Retail is we are building the infrastructure. Some people ask me, are you OmniBiz or Omni Retail? Are you OmniPay? Who is OmniPay then? Omni Retail is the name of our company. These are the 4 solutions we provide to digitize the different stakeholders in the value chain. Omni One services the manufacturer. So we have the right products listed. We don't have to go and list these products again. We don't have to manage pricing at various levels. Omni Hub is a distributor solution, which enables people to become distributors, which enable distributors to manage their inventories effectively, which enables them to get financing without having to step out of their warehouse. OmniBiz is a retailer solution, which is the one many people know about. This solution enables the retailer to get predictive analysis on what he needs to buy tomorrow. Predictive orders in a notification so you can view it and then approve it. And finally, OmniPay, which is embedded in the 3 solutions, collecting the information around transactions and moving it forward. Our vision for, I'll skip this, these are numbers. Our visions for tomorrow is instead of building a Walmart, instead of building a 7-Eleven, what can we provide to our retailers, our traditional retailers, so we can build them into chains of supermarkets? They don't need air conditioning and 5-star infrastructure. What they need is data infrastructure so they can be as efficient as some of the modern trade businesses are. Thank you. Happy to talk.
I think we can do better than that. So here in the business school, we learned that challenges are opportunities. They're business opportunities. So as he showed those 7, 8 challenges, our first keynote speakers shared challenges. These are opportunities to transform. And he also said to us, those 2 keynotes have said to us, the future is not tomorrow, the future is here. So if you're waiting for emerging technology, the technology is here. They've given us practical examples. So from 𝗂𝗲 in Kenya, Checkers in South Africa, Amazon that is global, Omni Retail here in Nigeria, things are already happening. So ask yourself, what am I waiting for? What's stopping me? What's the barrier? So the next session is a fireside chat, where our 2 keynote speakers would deep dive more. We take questions from you, those questions, burning questions in your mind. What do you want to know? How do I get out from here? Something very practical. So without taking much time, I'd like to invite you, ma'am, to join Dipanka on the stage. And then this session will be moderated by Mr. 𝗓𝗄𝗃𝗃, who is the alternate academic director, Africa Retail Congress. Please clap as they come on stage. And just to let you know, we'll take they'll set the tone. We will take questions using technology. So we have Slido that will come up. Please scan the code when it comes. You put in your questions. So we'll take maybe only 2 live questions here when the time is right. And then the rest of the questions will be taken through Slido. So please bring out your mobile phones. Smartphone technology is here. Let's use it. You scan the code, you put in your questions, and then the moderator will take them as relevant. So we are ready to take so you just have setting the tone, the questions will come in. We'll take 2 live questions from here. And then the rest of the questions will come from Slido. So I think you have higher chances sending your questions here than depending on the two. So Chidi, over to you. Thank you. Okay, where's the question? Yeah, do you have the name? Okay, so we have someone else joining us for the keynote, for the fireside chat. Sorry about that. So the representative from Standards Organization of Nigeria, head of conformity. Thank you. Please let's give her a round of applause. And it's good that she's here because we touched on regulatory. So she's here. If you have all of those regulatory questions, let's bring them on. Thank you. Please clap until she takes her seat. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I think we had some insightful presentations on retail, transforming retail with emerging technologies. Both Deepak and Juliet, I think they did justice to that. Nsima had kindly summarized that. Deepak spoke about a $2.5 trillion market. That's massive. And I think Juliet threw some questions that really keeps all of us thinking. And some of the challenges were raised, but those challenges were presented as opportunities. And one of the big takeaways is the technology is already here. It's in use already. And one poser is how do we adapt technology in a way that it fits into the traditional market environment that we have here? I don't know if it was Deepanka or Juliet that said 97% of the trade is informal. And I'm not sure that's going to change soon. And then that technology is already penetrating that informal sector. So I think we have 20 minutes. We're not going to dwell on trying to go through the presentations again. If you do have questions, you can raise your hand or you can send it through the channel we set up. And the panel would do justice to it. Great to have a regulator in the house because regulatory can be an enabler or a frustrator in quote of the evolution of retail. I see Namdi smiling there. Yeah, I didn't say that. Yeah, so if you do have questions, please pass that on. Who's going to pick up? Okay, good. So if you have questions for the panel, please put that together. We'll have a hand up there. You can also chat in the question, and we can direct them to the necessary person to take. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is 𝗓𝗲𝗄𝗲, and I'm the founder of Stocking Profits Corporate Limited, and I'm also a retailer. I ship out agricultural products from West Africa to East African markets. And my question for Mr. Panka is, how can someone become a broker for OmniHub? Because I think I can serve as a broker to the small retail shops in my area. And I want to ask if we can make it this simple, like what our mama said, like if I walk up to them, can they just take a video of their shop, their products, and automatically they become an agent on your application? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want to get one more question, then we can, okay? Let's take one more. So how can someone become a broker to, I don't know if OmniHub is one of our sponsors. Are they? Where's Tommy, please? Oh yeah, I get it. That's right.
So thank you so much. So my name is Daniel. I'm one of the directors for Federal Investment Limited. So basically, we sell phone accessories. And the presentation from both of our speakers really pointed out a lot of problems that we need to solve, and solutions have come. But one major thing is that, like now for our distributors, they are very traditional. And the change involved from going from traditional to digital can be very uncomfortable. Like now, just like how it took, like he said, or I can't remember which of the speakers said this, that it took them a while for them to be able to transfer. And the only reason that happened was because of that cashless policy. So it made them very uncomfortable. And because business had to move, they needed to adapt. They needed to change, forcefully change. So now I don't know if we can talk about processes at which we can actually guide these distributors to really help them change, because it will benefit our business, yes, but to also benefit them, their business, because now they'll be working very efficient, very effective. But we all know how uncomfortable change can be. So how do you guys suggest we guide these people on how they can become better? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll take these first two questions. Juliet, you probably take the last one before we come to the panca to take the question by the other guy. So you can go ahead, Juliet, please.
Yeah, okay, it's working. Yeah, I'll take the second question. So, what you just described, believe me, it's the same thing across all emerging markets. We're not alone. Like I was saying, I gave the example of that company, that they're in Mexico, Peru, Guatemala. These are all the same type of profile of stores. They don't have time for all the turenchi, all that come and type something in, text, and they don't have time for that. So that's why they went with talk, because it's easy. So how did they launch and acquire the first 100 stores? They embedded the app, uploaded the app, The store continued to do his business the way he was doing it, intuitively, deciding what he needed, the inventory he needed to purchase. But by the time they had done that camera scan, they knew the size of inventory in the stores, the kind of inventory in the stores. They built that data into the app. And so that agent was able to say, Oga, in their local language, not in Queen's English, in their local language, talk to him in the local. So the training of the agent has to be in the local language. If it's Pidgin that works, it's Pidgin. If it's Hausa that works, it's Hausa. If Igbo or Yoruba, that's how it works. And talk to the store and say, look, Oga, this thing, you ordered this X and X last month. I can tell you that if you had ordered this is what your profit for this month would have been. And it shocks him initially, and then he tries to listen to that insight and uses that insight for the next month. By the time he sees the impact, he switches on automatically. So it reduces what we expect them to do. We expect them to type a prompt, an advice, or we expect them to fill a form, and then the form is uploaded somewhere, and then someone gets back to them. It's too tedious, So the more we simplify it into the way in which they actually operate. A typical store guy in a store, a malam, he's talking to 5 people at the same time. One customer is buying. Somebody is settling market. He's ordering, if it's a woman, she's also ordering vegetables for dinner that she's going to cook later at night. So she's having 5 different conversations at the same time. There's no time to be typing, filling form, and all that. So it's really coming back to the design that is designed, human-centered design that's around that particular type of profile and what they do on a daily basis. That's how you're going to break those barriers. It doesn't always have to be through, that kind of sledgehammer of we switch off all cash and then people climb through walls of banks for a couple of weeks and then everybody adjusts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dipanka, you want to... ecosystem.
I want to add to what he asked and what Juliet said very quickly. I think simplifying the product for adoption is superb. There's one more thing that we have done and have got some success on it, is aligning the incentives. So if there is motivation, sometimes when you go and tell a retailer or a distributor that you build your data, he's like, wow, FIRS will come stand next to me. Right? He's not interested in that. He doesn't see motivation in the power of data. But tomorrow when his business is going to scale, tomorrow when he wants to recommend and do things better, he will need data. But he doesn't understand that today. Like we didn't know we needed an iPhone till actually Steve Jobs gave it to us. We needed a touchscreen phone. We didn't know it. Could any of you define it, that we needed a touchscreen phone without buttons? Couldn't. Similarly, he doesn't know the power of it. What you need to do is find a way to align his incentives today, so he is working towards those incentives, and tomorrow he will realize the power of the technology that you have given him, and he'll continue to use it. So I think that's a huge one. If you can see what benefit you can give to your distributors showing you the data, that'll be great. The part on 𝗗𝗏, it's a very simple process. Go on the website, register. But exactly what is 𝗗𝗏? We didn't want to create warehouses. We don't think there is a lack of warehousing in Nigeria. But we know there is a challenge around invisible warehouse. Not that they are not visible. It's today, if you ask me in Ikorodu, how many extra pallets are available? How many square meter of warehousing space is empty? Do you know one person who can answer that question? Nobody. Nobody. Why? You don't even know how many warehouses are there in Ikorodu. If you digitize this warehousing, even if the warehouse is owned by him or by her, it doesn't matter. What we are saying is, if there is a central place where you come and say, this is the amount of warehousing space SON needs to give to one of their manufacturer, there is this space available in Ikorodu itself. So 𝗗𝗏 is a digital franchise for warehousing, where you as a warehouse can participate, buy FMCG products, get access to working capital, and also sell your products just using technology. So you need to become a part of the franchise and grow. I forgot the second part of the question. You want to give me a... Loud now, your voice is loud.
Microphone to him, please. Microphone.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Have you taken that first question?
Yes.
The
𝗗𝗏
he
part
has another question.
No, he had a continuous part.
Shall we come back to you? Because we don't have a lot of time, please. Do we have any other question? We'll come back to you, please. Yeah, there's someone there. Let's come back. We'll probably take 2 more questions. I'm not sure we'll have a lot of time, do we? And Sima, how many minutes do we have? 5 minutes. Okay, please. We'll come back to you.
Hello, afternoon. My name is Lanre. I'm a bit confused about some of the clarities that were spoken about. There's a lot of talk about AI, a lot of talk about the future, development, technology. But particularly Juliet and a little bit Dipanka, you guys seem to have a great belief in the informal trades, which doesn't develop any of those things and doesn't make any of those things easier. So how do the two work together?
Sorry, you want to take that? I'm struggling. I'm not sure we got that question. Is the mic working? Can he write it? Or you can chat that in. There's a lot of questions in here. We'll take that one, then we'll come down here to take questions. Okay?
You want me to repeat? Okay. Am I clearer? Okay. So just point of correction, I'll start again a different way. The informal trade is about 70% of the retail landscape, with modern trade being 30%. Modern trade is where most people build their brands, which is where retail really sits. AI, digital payments, and all the future technologies you mentioned can really largely only work in the formal landscape. Juliet in particular, and a little bit of Dipanka, largely spoke about not changing the informal trade, how things can thrive within the informal trade, which I disagree with, but I'd like to hear from your point of view how you think all of the digital future technologies can work in a country that's largely informal.
Okay, so if I paraphrase the question is, how will all these AI applications actually work in an informal trade environment? Okay, very simple. How many Nigerians do you think are on WhatsApp? What percentage? I mean, just guess, 40, 50%, 60% of Nigerians on WhatsApp, right? So let's agree there's a large percentage of Nigerians on WhatsApp. Okay. Was there a specific WhatsApp strategy? Did anybody develop a WhatsApp strategy to onboard Nigerians on WhatsApp? No. One person is on WhatsApp, and then you realize that, hey, I could actually speak to Tola on WhatsApp, and then a network effect, it starts to build from there. It's the same mindset. That's the only way that AI is going to be adopted. I was listening to one CEO 2 days ago, and he said to me, there is nothing like an AI strategy. Doesn't make sense. AI is a tool. It's like email, it's like WhatsApp. So the people who have developed the best use of AI have no technology background. You say, here, I have a problem. I need to solve it. Hey, let me start with ChatGPT. Before they enter ChatGPT, figure out how much ChatGPT can do. And then they say, not quite there. Let me see. Maybe there's something else I can use. That's how they built it. They build the application, but it starts from a problem that they have. Okay. Some of the problems we talked about, informal retail, we talked about people not knowing even the value of the inventory in their store on a day-to-day basis. What they sold last week, what they are likely to sell tomorrow. What are the implications of weather patterns on what they are going to sell next week? They don't know that. Okay. But we don't need to have a super strategy for them to figure it out. They may not speak English, Queen's English, but there are applications they are using. No one came and had a big strategy of how people are going to adopt WhatsApp. It's the same thing that I think would happen with AI. It just starts with the one company that's going to be progressive enough to figure out what is the one app, one solution that I can use AI agents to solve for the average man on the street in retail. And you see the adoption move very fast. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. So before we come to we're going to pick a couple of questions from here. We do have 2 or 3 minutes to go. Before we come to regulatory, we still have something to have you crack. There are issues of human resources in retail. I think I'll bring this to you, Deepak. Issues of human resources. How can we apply technology to optimize human resources better? And then the last question we're going to come to. How can we apply technology to optimize human resources in retail?
I think that's a very wide question. How can we use technology to optimize human resources? I would break it into 2 parts, 2 things that can be done. One is the learning and development of the people in retail. Using technology, you can upgrade them. You can provide them on-the-job training. You can have data enable them, which are the things they are weak at and how they can improve. And the second part is, in retail, I hear a lot that if you hire many people, there will be theft, there will be pilferage, there will be challenge. Only one person in the team should handle cash. You can actually deploy solutions where your team has visibility of collections, but payments are done by a secured or authorized person only. These are simple solutions which are using technology to manage human resource and scale that. And it is itching me, Prof. I'm very, very sorry. That question of yours, which we spoke about, I think, Jen Ogasa, you are in your phone. I just want to answer. There's an example to the point. You can't build an AI strategy. It has to be problem and purpose-led. The answer, one of the things we have done, we have something called as OmniShelf. What OmniShelf helps you do is to take a picture of your display. You know, like when you go to ShopRite, you see these Indomie or Coca-Cola being displayed, and ShopRite is getting paid for it. But none of the retailers ever get paid for it. Why? 97% of the retail trade is done in the traditional shops. So what OmniShelf does is enables these registered retailers to take a picture of their display, and instantly it counts how many SKUs, how many sachets are displayed, and gives them a credit for that quality of display. You can't put a picture, you can't, all those things, the magu things you are thinking about can't be done on this, because this is reading the images real time. So these are ways you can align and improve quality of display for your product in the traditional trade. You have to find the problem and then use technology to solve it.
Brilliant. Yeah, so Chidima, we'll come to you now as we wind down. How does a government agency like yours plug into this ecosystem of retail that we're building so you become a facilitator of the evolution of retail, knowing that technology is having a big play in it?
Yes, thank you very much. On behalf of the Director General, Chief Executive of Standards Organization of Nigeria, who I'm here to represent, Dr. 𝗂𝗗𝗄𝗲, I thank you all for, especially the management of LBS, Prof, for bringing SON into this discussion, because it's an area that the organization in fact, we're into, and you know, most things, people don't understand that SON cannot function without you, without the business. And for your area of activity, we have national mirror committees. Okay, maybe let me calm down. We have standards that you are supposed to subscribe to or get certified to. And I can see that Omni Retail is certified to ISO 27001, which is for information security. And I've also seen that you're also, because I had to take, because I read the profile and I saw that you're going to be there. What does that speak? It speaks volume. What does that say to the public? That when you put in your information into their system, it's secured. That's what they're trying to say. Now, I ask Omni Retail, are you a member of the National Mirror Committee on the international, that's mirroring the activity of the technical committee that developed that standard that you're using? Because as you're implementing the standard, you're observing gaps in the requirements of that standard, or things that you're finding it difficult to comply with. So SON have a mirror committee on information technology, which is ISO JTC1 on information technology. And I would want at the end of this, for most of you who are into e-commerce, online businesses, retail businesses, to subscribe to it. We also have TC, international standards, that are into data analysis. We've collated a lot of data, madam. I was listening to your presentation. These are information that we can take as Africa to try to solve our problems. But most times, data from Africa, they are not utilized properly because they have not followed the international required steps. And there are standards, international standards, that you can access through SON that are available so that you can take your work for us to let the world know what we are doing. Then, lastly, let me now come to the display of these products. When you go to the website, I know most of us here have our phones with internet. When you go to the Walmart or Amazon display requirements, you see that they require that most of the products that come to them obtain certifications. For Walmart, you must have food safety, GFSI globally recognized certifications before they can accept your product for display in their shelves, on their shelves. I went to a popular Nigerian supermarket to check their requirements. All I saw was on finance, these corporate, those. There was nothing on quality. That's why it's difficult for most Nigerian display online retailers, e-commerce retailers, to get buyers from outside Nigeria. And I heard you say, the young man that was asking a question, he said, you export your products, okay? Now, after African Free Trade Zone agreement is there, you talk of standards, you talk of quality control. So when you don't comply with quality, so what am I trying to drive at here? SON, we provide certifications. We have started certifications on hazard analysis, critical control points for food products, for handling. It cuts across, in fact, the scope is wide. In most developed, let me not use in the West, you cannot talk on food, handling food or processing food or anything on food without this basic hygienic or food processing requirement. So we just started it in Standards Organization of Nigeria, and we encourage most of our business, retail business owners to try to subscribe to these certifications. We provide also the food safety management system certifications. We even provide the information. I can see your own is not from Standards Organization of Nigeria, so you can transfer your certifications also to SON so that it will reduce your cost expenses.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much. We do have a couple of questions, but we're out of time. So we take some final word from Juliet. 30 seconds, your final word, how technology is having a play in retail, and then we'll come to Deepak, we'll round up. I think what we'll do is the questions we have, Tommy will organize them and we'll revert to the people who put those questions forward. Go ahead, Juliet.
Thank you very much. I think if I have any final word at all is for retail to be brave.
Brilliant.
Retail needs to be brave. Everyone else wants to eat our lunch. Okay. Everyone else, from banks to telcos, everyone else wants a piece of retail, you know. So we are the ones who need to be brave. And the way you're going to have to be brave is to say, look, stop, guys, let's stop thinking, formal, informal. This market will be informal for the next 20, 50 years. So let's just live with it and figure out, this is the profile of the customer, this is the profile of the consumer. How do we use it to advantage? How do we 10x retail in the next 5 years in Nigeria? And the only way it's going to happen is to think completely differently. If the way we're thinking is the same path, we're going to be growing, 5%, 10% here, then inflation rises, we drop. To really be transformational, we just need to think differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deepak? Yeah, thank you.
In a lot of conferences, you would have heard, by 2050, Nigeria will be the third largest population in the world. 400 million plus. And we are so proud of it. We should be. But the reality is, how are we going to service 400 million people? How are we going to deliver their food, their water, their milk, all the necessity products they need in their household to run their household? If you don't build the power of distribution, the power of retail that we have. People say Nigeria has 1.2 million retailers. It's too many, we should reduce. It is the only sector that hires 55% of the employment in the country. Major employer of the country. So we don't have to reduce. We need to invest into strengthening that sector. We need to tell those manufacturers who are also going to build the standards and structure, but we need to tell those manufacturers if the margins are not right, we will not keep your product. The strength of retail has to come out, and we have to say we need to be profitable, just like every manufacturer who wants to put the products on our shelves so we can help them distribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I believe they've done justice to this. Retail is here to stay. Technology is already having a major play in retail. I think one of the big takeaways I want for all of us to bear in mind is about whether you call it informal or formal, technology is already having a big play there. The other one is to meet the customers where they are. So talking about modernizing the informal, it should be about how do we work with the informal the way they are. How do we understand them? Work with them to build to the future they desire. So thank you for listening to us. Any more questions? I think we can, the Congress can get back to you in other way. Or you can also meet people when we have our time out here. Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much, Chidinma. Thanks for bringing that perspective. Juliet and then Dipanka. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Our panelists stay for a group picture. please. Be bold, be brave. What a wonderful conversation. Can we have our photographers take our panelists, please? Our photographers, do we have it? Oh, okay, okay, thank you. So they know where they are facing. I think each of the panelists has to decide who I'll be going home with today because I need more of this insight. Okay, quickly, can the members, okay, we're looking left now. Quickly, can the members of the advisory council join them? Please, 1 minute. SARS and MA, please 1 minute. We'll be taking pictures with our advisory council. 1 minute, just 1 minute. Please, can the members of the advisory board join them for a group picture? Members of the advisory board, please kindly join them for a group picture. If you still have questions during the networking sessions, if you still have any questions, you can see our speakers during the networking sessions, and the Academy will be answering, we'll try to answer as much questions as possible and send to our registered emails. So we're looking right now. Are we done, photographers? Thank you very much. Thank you, our moderator. Thank you, our panelists. Can we give them a warm round of applause, please? If you really learned something, I think that clap can be better. We'll clap until they are seated. Please keep clapping. Thank you. Quickly, we'll be taking messages and advert from our sponsors. And immediately after, we'll be having a 20-minute, we call it digital experience tour. So outside at the foyer, we have businesses, partners, and exhibitors out there. We'll go around, look at what they're selling, look at people we can partner with, people we can buy from, people we can learn from, right outside from your right and your left at the foyer. And while you are doing that, please meet as many people as possible. I told you your next contract might be sitting right beside you. So don't just walk around, meet as many people as possible. I will be taking that for just 15 minutes, quickly. So we'll be moving outside. Everybody's looking like, who will be the first to get up? I don't want to be. So who's going to break that ice? Thank you. Thank you. So we'll be stepping outside and taking a digital experience tour, meeting with partners, exhibitors, retailers like you. By the time we are done with this conference, the cards, business cards you have should be like a full Ghana must go bag, I believe. Some people are still seated. I don't want to meet anybody. I just want to listen and go. Your retail business won't grow that way. Meet people, and we'll be back in 15 minutes for the second part of the Africa Retail Congress.
Okay, so if we look at reports and a lot of analysis that has been done, we can see that the small and medium scale businesses are the catalyst, right, for economic growth. And in growing the economy and growing their business, those businesses need to digitize their business so they can actually take advantage of digitalization to grow, expand their business. So 𝗗𝗃 has come in to help them digitize their business, both their operations around inventory management and also around payment services, accepting payment digitally, taking advantage of the government no cash policy, and also helping them to have data, like clean data that can help them access loans to help fund their business. So 𝗗𝗃 is well positioned to help these businesses to expand and make the best use of the opportunities out there. 𝗗𝗃 offers solutions to different types of businesses, but I'm going to give you an example about a restaurant, a bar and restaurant that we were speaking with on taking on 𝗗𝗃 to manage their business. And so prior to when we met them, they would usually, their waiters will usually get a paper and they write out their menu or whatever customers wanted, and then they take it to the kitchen. But after speaking with them, we realized that the problem they had was what the waiters write on the paper sometimes is different from what they would bring out from the kitchen or even give to the person. It could be their friend or whatever. So immediately we introduced 𝗗𝗃 to them. 𝗗𝗃 has a feature that is called kitchen order ticket. So from the front end, as the waiter is taking the order, is punching it in, and then the kitchen is picking it up. And then there is a trail, an audit trail, to check and be sure that, okay, whatever it's requested is what was served. And also it helps them to also manage their recipe as well. So it's not just enough that, okay, you've made the order to the kitchen. What the kitchen is using, there's also a recipe management on 𝗗𝗃 for restaurant. They can manage the quantity of each item in their recipe. And there's also an audit trail, which you can check. So this really helped them. And I mean, the manager was like, wow, Arike, you saved us a lot of money. And I'm like, psh, that's good. 𝗗𝗃 is all about helping you to grow your business.
It all begins with a call. The moment each of the 60 selected MasterCard Foundation scholars hears the news that changes everything. For one, it's a joyous shout of excitement that echoes with hope.
Yes, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
For another, tears of gratitude flow freely as a lifetime of hard work is finally recognized. When the MasterCard Foundation scholars arrive on campus, the air is charged with anticipation. They are greeted warmly, handed welcome packs that symbolize the support and resources now within their reach. The journey officially begins with the bridging program, a careful preparation designed to equip them with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to thrive. Here they connect, learn, and transform, setting the foundation for academic and personal success. During this time, the MasterCard Foundation scholars receive another special welcome: their laptops, tools that will open doors to creativity, discovery, and connection to the world beyond the campus. One MasterCard Foundation scholar's story stands out, her voice trembling as she shares the challenges overcome, the sacrifices made, and the dreams that now feel within reach.
I had something to look forward to, and then I got the call that I'd been accepted to.
The arrival of the MasterCard Foundation team is a moment of celebration and affirmation. Their presence reminds everyone that this is a partnership for change, a promise that these young leaders are never alone. As the bridging program concludes, the cultural night lights up the campus, a vibrant celebration of identity, resilience, and unity. Through song, dance, and stories, the scholars mark not just an end, but the beginning of a powerful new chapter. This is the journey of transformation at Pan-Atlantic University.
My name is 𝗗𝗲𝗄𝗲. I have just completed the MAP program at Lagos Business School. The name of the business I'm involved in is called Kate Associated Industries Limited, Nigeria. We are one of Nigeria's leading manufacturers of personal care products. This business is very dear to me because it was started by my grandfather, and I feel I need to carry on the legacy. Why I came to LBS to do the MAP program is to facilitate that thought process of mine. Taking the program, I better understood how to position myself and how to be strategic in the outcomes of the business. I did that with the help of the facilitators that were very skilled and knowledgeable in the areas of business. And I also gained knowledge from my colleagues because they had rich experiences from different walks of life. This is something that I've thoroughly enjoyed. All I can say is I've been very, very happy and fortunate to be part of this story at LBS. I know that I'll take the experience learned here to my business, and with time, the actualization of my dreams and intent will be realized.
Preparation goes before the retirement. Because if you allow yourself not to be proactive, but to be reactive, then you have a lot of problems. The key thing about retirement is that you must have a purpose. The minute you lose your purpose, then what are you giving your energy to? If you're not giving your energy to anything, you die.
I have this philosophy that right after school, I wanted to find myself. My aspirations are to go into full-time development, but I also want to make impact around the world.
I actually have 2 startups that I'm trying to grow right now. I want to become an effective business leader that will help drive these startups in the right direction and, take over Africa.
I aspire to be a project manager, but before being a project manager, I want to work in different firms, different industries. I want to know how the business world goes, and where else than in the mighty Lagos Business School.
I wanted to do my master's abroad, but due to some circumstances, I could not go. So I was looking for a school that has the same criteria as Harvard and, those big schools abroad. So I picked LBS.
Lagos Business School just fits the bill in terms of how I had pictured doing my postgraduate education.
Every leader is looking at that result. We can also use growth, maturity, and decline. So in organization, why do they get? They gather to produce what? Result that will sustain the company. With that result, the company will die and all of us will be out of job.
So I chose LBS because LBS is the best business school. If I was going to school here, I wanted to go to the best of the best. And I had been here a few times and I loved the environment and met some of the facilitators in the past. And I thought they were just awesome people. If you look into some of their backgrounds, you think, oh my gosh, these are people that I even just want to meet in the workspace.
Faculty are actually very, very responsive. They always question your thinking. They always try and make sure that you are on the right page to become an effective and efficient young growing leader.
We are constantly hearing from the facilitator what we need to transcend in our careers, what we need to manage ourselves and manage those around us. And I think that's like one of the key highlights for me in this program.
And here I've realized that money is not everything. Like being financially focused is one of the things, it's not the major thing.
My first aim was to make profit, but now it has helped me change my mindset. And now what I want to do is to create impact. And what I think of is the common good.
For a while, I wasn't clear on what direction I wanted to take in those my big plans. And the Masters in Management came up, putting those skills that I already developed in those few years after school into a certain place and developing myself, learning more, learning from these really cool people.
Anyone planning to apply for the MIM program should keep an open mind. And this is because in the little time I have spent here, I've seen my mind change. I have seen my thought processes improve.
If you are trying to be an entrepreneur, if you're trying to work in big business, big firms, it helps you know what is expected, how you can have a competitive edge above your peers.
With the Masters in Management program, it will set you down the right path in terms of thinking ethically, in terms of strategy, and in terms of actually analyzing critically.
At the Lagos Business School, we have designed an 18-month program, the Masters in Management program, just for you. New graduates and early-stage managers who want to transition into management and leadership positions.
The program lasts for 18 months, with the first 2 semesters comprising of 12 months of intensive core coursework, followed by an additional 6 months focused on the research-based exploration of management.
The Masters in Management program has a crucial research focus, and it enables you with the requisite research skills to not only influence policy, drive innovation, but indeed pursue a PhD. So join the next generation of young African leaders.
Africa's digital transformation won't be driven by machines. It will be led by people, skilled, creative, adaptive. Let's talk about building Africa's AI talent pipeline, the skills we need. To thrive globally, Africa's AI workforce must master both technical and human skills. This includes programmatic skills and the infrastructural development skills to build the environments for AI. On the human side, it also includes AI literacy skills that would help build creativity, creative thinking, domain expertise in health, agriculture, and education. By 2030, we need over 10 million digitally skilled workers. Yet, fewer than 30% of African universities and institutions of higher education offer structured AI programs. We must transform curricula, strengthen faculty, and give access to real-world tools like GPUs and cloud credits. But barriers remain. Limited internet, outdated content, brain drain, and a lack of mentorship. Africa loses over 20,000 skilled professionals each year. Let's reverse this trend by investing in open learning, private and public collaboration, and engaging our diaspora. To retain talent, we need more than jobs. We need purpose, support, and infrastructure. Innovation hubs, remote work options, and career pathways must become the norm. Programs like Data Science Nigeria's AI Saturdays and partnerships with Google, Microsoft, Leap Africa show how mentorship and real-world experience can bridge the gap. Africa's AI future starts here, in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Kigali, with people who are equipped, empowered, and inspired. Let's build that future together.
Undergoing the Mastering of Event Management program. It's been a fantastic journey so far.
We identified that in the events management sector of Nigeria, the potential is currently, as contribution to GDP, of about 100 million naira. But if that sector is helped, it can get to contribute about $20 billion to Nigeria's economy.
If you have technology in an event and it's not being driven by a proper human management and there is no interactivity and you don't have creativity around it in such a way that it aligns with the cultural nuances of that particular event or people or place, then that event is likely going to fall apart.
Curiosity, I think, is one of the biggest learnings for me. The more curious we are, the more we learn.
One of the reasons, or one of the pertinent reasons why we had this course was because the entry barrier for the event industry is quite low. Anyone can just be creative and say, boom, I'm an event manager. But you know, when you now have this kind of knowledge, you now understand the professionals from the hobbyists.
I've had so many difficulties with structuring and staff retention. The program has been able to open my mind up to other possibilities and other dynamics that we could use or follow.
I registered late for this event, and the major reason was because I don't know what I was coming to do in Lagos Business School as a caterer. But lo and behold, my 3 days experience here has been awesome. From the lecture instructors to the staff, to the practical experience and the practical sessions that we have, practical example, everything has been top notch.
It is a huge sector. It is a sector that is not as affected by inflation as others, because every Nigerian wants to party, every Nigerian wants to have a good time, every Nigerian wants to celebrate a special moment in their lives. And that is why those who own event management companies, those who form part of the ecosystem, like the people in graphics, like the people in catering, like the vendors, like the venue owners, are all critical stakeholders that need to be looked after.
Is there that remote possibility that when you leave LBS, there's something new speaking to you? That's part of the growth mindset.
My name is 𝗓𝗲_𝗲.
Bonjour. Why haven't we received our shipment?
Business School, Pan-Atlantic University.
We cannot ship.
And I'm the
We have
head
not
of
received
HR
the payment.
and sustainability at Sika
What?
Nigeria,
My
a specialty chemicals company. I hold a BSc in Business Administration, a master's degree in Human Resources Management, and an array of local and international professional certifications. As a business leader, partnering with business leaders and driving significant transformative agenda, deepening my understanding of the general management of business was crucial. How I could be provide the necessary support to the business leaders. Hence came my decision to pursue an executive MBA program. By the time I came about the member program of the Lagos Business School, it was just perfect fit for me because it provided me the opportunity with regards to the work schedule, flexibility to manage my time, provided the opportunity for me to build a very rich network of professionals who are making waves in both corporate and entrepreneurship levels. One of the key impacts was when I had to work on a project. It was kind of complex, but it was made easy for me because I had to reach out to the network I had built over the period. While I work on this project, it was highly significant and I was able to deploy an excellent result. The program is structured in such a way that for each cohort, you're distributed into smaller groups. And these smaller groups end up being part of your family, right? And with these people, I can't remember at a point when any of us would run out to somebody and then we're not able to achieve huge and excellent results. So it's like having a combination of over 100 years of experience made up in one room, and you can imagine what that will generate for you in terms of results. The way OBS is structured, you will have a lot of networking opportunities, so both local and international. The inter-cohort events, the alumni events, the dinners.
I know you found that session engaging. Now we've lost half of our population, so we need to find a way of getting everybody back into the auditorium. But we'll start or we'll continue. We have an insight session. And this session is very important because it's a discussion on research that would definitely impact your business. And I'll be calling on stage the academic director, Africa Retail Academy, to take us through the first part of the session, after which he would call his partner in progress. So this session is Beyond Algorithms, Understanding African Shoppers and AI. And just cast your mind back to the conversation we had with the keynote speakers. So welcome Professor 𝗂𝗗𝗄𝗲 to lead the conversation here. Please give me a warm round of applause. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Excellent. Thank you. Hope you are having a good time so far. You're taking away a lot. We are moving to an interesting, a new part of the Congress, which we're introducing today, which is the Insight session. So imagine that it's your birthday. You just woke up from sleep. You go to get ready for the day. And while you are getting ready, the doorbell rings. And when the bell rings, you open the door, and who do you see? Do you know who this person is? What's the name of this person? Razak, what's the name of this person? Elon Musk. And Elon Musk tells you that, happy birthday. I have a gift for you. It's a check. Tell me the amount you want and I'll put it in there. How would you feel? You feel great, right? Anyway, the point is that this is the 4th birthday of the Africa Retail Academy. And this Insight session is a birthday present that we're giving to you. Yeah? So it's our birthday present. I hope that at the end of this conversation, you will take away some interesting things, some surprising things, because for us, as the team put this together, we encountered some surprises. And where we started was to ask ourselves, how is next year going to look for those of us in retail? What is the outlook for 2026? What are some of the big challenges that those operating in the sector are going to face? One interesting one, and we got that from Kemi. Thank you so much for bringing this up during our last meeting. Tax. This new tax law. How it's going to affect us when it takes effect from January. Are we all ready for the impact of that? There's going to be some costs involved, transaction costs involved, at least at the beginning. There are also some regulations around electronic invoicing, tax reporting. We need to be ready for that. Also, we know how retail has been faring in the last 1 to 2 years. Sales are not what they used to be. And on top of that, many of our staff in retail are leaving. In fact, the attrition rate currently is around 48%. So that means that people are losing like half of their team almost every year. But there's another staggering statistic, which is that theft, pilferage, is on the rise. There's a report that says about 2,500 phones are stolen in Nigeria every hour. Please don't be afraid. Nobody will steal your phone here. Eh? Esther, I saw the surprise on your face. Okay? No, but there's a lot of theft going on. And of course, we know what is happening with competition. There's a lot of competition going on. So how do we prepare ourselves for 2026 to stay competitive, to not be thrown out of business, especially in this new world of AI, of new technologies, which those of us in retail are beginning to adopt? So this was the background of where we started our study from. And we went to town. So we did do a survey, and I would like to thank all those in this room and also those who are not in this room who were part of this survey. By the way, it was an Africa-wide survey, over 400 participants. We had interviews, we had a focus group, we looked at documents. And you can see the countries represented here: Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Cameroon. We did talk to CEOs to give you a holistic perspective of what we are about to share. So I'll tell you the story of our data collection journey and the surprises that we encountered as we did this. And I'm going to try to do this in an engaging way to ask you what you think the result of our study is, and then give you the answer so you can score yourself to know whether you passed or you failed. Would you like that? Yeah? Good. So, who do you think uses AI more in Africa? Shoppers or businesses? And here we're referring to retail businesses. If you think shoppers are using it more, please raise your hand. Okay? If you think retail businesses are using it more, raise your hand. The shoppers have it. You can clap for yourselves. Yes. Now, by what percentage? What do you think is the percentage utilization rate? Shoppers using it in their shopping decisions versus retailers using it in their business decisions? Percentage, over 100. 60? Who said 60? Wow, very good. Anybody above that or below that? We're very close. Okay? 70. Okay, so shoppers, 70. Retail businesses, about 30%. Last year, when we started looking at this, retail businesses were using AI more than shoppers were, but shoppers have since overtaken. So there's something very interesting going on. And so we started to ask ourselves, what is it that is taking shoppers into AI? What is it that AI is doing that maybe we retail businesses are not doing as well. And we got some interesting findings. So number one, shoppers are using AI for price comparison. They are using it for product recommendations. They are also using it for negotiation, coaching, especially in price negotiation and other forms of negotiation. In fact, there's a study that says that if you look globally, currently, one of the biggest things people use AI for globally is emotional support. Have you heard of that? Yeah. So we're beginning to see a bit of that. And then advice on delivery is also happening. So this we found interesting because it seems like AI itself, the algorithm of AI, is becoming almost a competitor to those of us in business. Because there are some things from the point of view of positioning that they are doing better than retail businesses. So we sought to find out what is it that is satisfying shoppers, or are shoppers satisfied with how retailers in Nigeria, and you can say in Africa, are using AI to serve them? What do you think the answer is? Yes or no? Yes or no? Any yes in the room? Okay, there are a few, okay. The answer is no. Okay? Now, 6 in every 10 appear to be frustrated. It's a bit surprising, right? Because if shoppers are using AI in their shopping decisions more than retail businesses are using it for their transactions, and this change has happened quite fast, why is it that when shoppers engage with retail businesses on the continent, there's a bit of frustration going on? So we sought to understand what was driving this frustration. And there were some interesting findings. First, we tried to look at the loyalty behavior of shoppers. And this one, I'm bringing it down to Nigeria now, loyalty behavior. And we identified 3 types of loyalty. The first one is incentivized loyalty. So that is the kind of person, and if you are in the room and you are this kind of person, you let us know. Before you buy, the person selling to you must give you a discount or a promo. There must be something enticing. Is there anybody like that in this room? Please raise your hand if you're an incentivized loyalist. Okay, yeah, I see some hands. There's another group. I call them the polygamous loyalists. These are the people that in the morning, they are supporting your brand. They are buying from you. By the evening, they've switched. But next week, they may come back if you offer a better deal. If you are that type of loyal customer, please raise your hand. Yeah, I can see some people are not sure. Okay? Then we have the till death do us part customers. Ever faithful, ever loyal. Their grandparents use that brand, so they will always be there. Now, can you guess where Nigerians, in which bucket we have the majority of Nigerians from our study? Which one? Number 1. Okay? Yeah. So currently, we have a lot of, the Nielsen study that came out this year showed that the switching rate, 6 in every 10 Nigerian customers switch brands frequently. So it's not surprising that we have this, right? And so, when you have shoppers who don't always stay, then you have to think carefully about how you engage them using AI. So this was one interesting thing. Now, we went further. There are other frustration drivers. And for those of us who are running retail businesses, this is for us to think about. Shoppers complain that while retail businesses use AI, sometimes it's not clear what the benefit to them is when they're engaging through AI with these retail businesses. So imagine a business using a chatbot, for example. Sometimes the value proposition is not clear. The benefit is not clear. They also feel that there's not enough support So it seems like the connection between offline and online support during the purchase process is not strong. It's not good enough. And one of the biggest insights they gave us was that they noticed that a lot of us were using AI just to pitch our pricing strategy or our pricing options to the target customer. And people are saying, pricing is not necessarily the first thing that makes me buy. I'm also looking at, are you trustworthy? Am I looking at the quality? I'm also looking at the service experience. And then price. Price is number 4. So if we want to use AI, we have to think about how we can be a platform that builds the trust connection between us and the target customer. And the interesting thing, I'm not going to repeat this. Juliet mentioned it and a couple of others about some of the trends. But there's an interesting one. I don't know if you've heard this news. In Kenya, the Kenyan government announced that they are hoping to recover $8.6 billion lost from informal sector taxes using AI. So there's this algorithm working with M-Pesa that they hope will help them profile informal sector businesses and hopefully begin to tax them. This is interesting. Thinking about what is happening in Africa. The question is, will it work? We'll have to see. Amazon is also doing interesting things. Walmart is doing things. But one thing that you see that is threaded across this is that the AI adoption they are doing is aimed at fixing a particular problem they've identified that their target customer or their target audience needs. So we need to be solution-driven. We need to make sure that how we're using AI fits with how the customer wants to be served. I think this is something that is very important. And so, beginning to make some advice on takeaways. If you are in retail and you are thinking of an effective way to use AI to grow the loyalty of your target customer, there are 4 things to keep in mind. The kind of AI that our shoppers on the continent are looking for is AI that is offline. AI that is offline, that they can use with their SMS, that does not rely necessarily on internet. AI that is social, and I'm happy somebody spoke about how WhatsApp, for example, is one way around this. AI that powers informality, and I'm happy that the keynote speakers talked about this, that informality is not going away. We just have to see how to transform that and make it a viable opportunity. AI that builds trust. So a lot of people, when they go, they want to see, how can I trust this buyer? How can I trust this seller, rather? And AI is positioning itself. AI can be a tool to say, look, I am trustworthy, you can trust me. And then AI cannot replace humanity. People still want someone they can feel, they can touch. So it's to see how to integrate the human interaction with the virtual interaction. As I begin to close, there's this innovation case study that I've been watching closely, and just, was it yesterday or day before, we released a study on this. How many of you use buy now, pay later? If you've used the buy now, pay later solution, I can't see any hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3. How many of you paid back within the time frame? Okay, everybody? Okay. I wasn't expecting anybody to say they didn't pay back, right? But can you guess what the default rate is in Nigeria currently? Those who don't pay back, as a percentage of it's quite high compared to the global average. It's about 35% currently, and it's expected to grow. So why buy now, pay later is interesting is the Western model, and one of the problems our study showed is that people feel that when they get onto this, it makes them feel like they are debtors, they are owing. It puts some kind of pressure on them, which they don't want. So we began to research on a model, and we landed. I was happy when one of our keynote speakers showed, she called it Save Now, Pay Later, but it's the same thing. We call it here Plan Now, Buy Later. Interestingly, there's a company called PaySafe Richmond, where are you? Are you here? Okay, he's the CEO of that company who we built this model with, and we've tested it with his company, and it seems to be working very well in terms of really crashing the default rates. So people plan, then they buy when they are ready, and the pricing is pegged, and so on and so forth. So again, I'm presenting this so that we realize, or we see that AI is not that magic wand that will solve all our problems, as we know very well. We have to be very strategic about how we use AI and technologies, especially in 2026. For those of us in retail, if you want to use AI, if it fits with your business model, use it. But bear in mind that shoppers still want that informal connection. They want it to be social, they want it to be offline, they want it to promote trust. All those are important. And having said that, I will close and invite my friend, Ahmedov, CEO of 𝗂𝘗𝗲, to give us a case-based perspective while you think about your business models. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think this will be very sweet and quick, as Trump said. Thank you, Prof, for inviting me here. So I just want to add a layer to what Prof has presented and what some of the speakers had presented earlier as well. And this is about how we are applying AI as a solution to serving customers. As some of the speakers said earlier, AI in itself is not an end. I think it's a means to an end. And that is very important so that we understand how we are looking at AI as a solution provider rather than the end. So the whole popularity of AI in recent time needs to be carefully dimensioned so we don't end up in another rabbit hole of just glamorizing what looks glamorous, but rather applying AI for the purpose of solving real problems that customers face. Of course, in the retail space, especially in the fintech industry, one key application of AI has always been in the area of customer service. How do you deploy AI to enable your customers to be served more effectively and more cost efficiently? While we've done that, I will focus on one key area that we've applied AI to right now to solve some of the pain points of our customers. By way of introduction, I started out my career as an investment analyst. So I used to analyze companies. I used to analyze companies listed on the exchange and give investment recommendations on what investors should buy, what they should sell. So I could say, yeah, buy Zenith Bank today, sell Access Bank tomorrow. So I have a clear understanding of how much knowledge you need to have, how much research you need to do, how much data you need to crunch to be able to come up with a decision to advise customers or retail investors to buy. You need to gather the data, financial analysis, you need to do valuation, you need to do competitive analysis, and a lot more. So recently at 𝗂𝘗𝗲, we launched stock investing for retail investors. We've always been focused on retail. And one key area we've identified from the feedback of those who are using the product is, which stock should I buy? And there are regulations around recommendation, of course. For you to recommend any stock for customers to buy, it has to be based on research. It has to be based on facts rather than you just recommending stocks for customers to buy. And we realize that there is an application that we can deploy AI to for us to serve that need. If we had to set up a research team today, an equity research team, we'll probably need 3, 4, 5 people. We will have to go through the process of being trained. We will have to go through the process of gathering data, developing databases. And we'll have to go through the process of analyzing companies' results every quarter when those companies release their results. For context, there are about 150 companies listed on the exchange today. And on a quarterly basis, each company is expected to release their quarterly results. So you can multiply that by 150 times 4 every year. That shows you the frequency at which these companies are churning out results. And for you to serve your customers, in order for them to take decisions effectively or efficiently at the right time, you must analyze this result, this data, as quickly as possible, because time matters when it comes to investing in stocks. If Access Bank releases results today, you want to analyze that result so your customers can make decisions based on that. But if 150 companies release results today, how many people do you need to analyze the data, to do financial analysis, to do valuation before they make recommendations? And this is one key area we saw that we could apply AI to, which basically means we're using AI to clone who Razak was when Razak started as an investment analyst. So what the AI does basically is to consume the data and analyze the company's financials and give simple recommendations that an average retail investor can understand. To us, we feel this is one key area of applications that AI can help solve. If we are to employ, this is not to say we are not employing people or to reduce employment. All I'm saying basically is that it makes it faster. If we are to employ someone who just finished from school today, before the person can have a good grasp of how to do financial analysis, how to do valuation, probably that person will spend the next 6 months or 1 year before the person can have the confidence and the level of competence needed to do investment analysis thoroughly. But AI can do that suddenly, without wasting time. And there is no risk of someone leaving. There is no risk of retraining. So what that simply means is that where we need people to work in will be how do we ensure the integrity of the data we are feeding the AI model with, such that what the AI is analyzing is accurate. What the AI is using to analyze the company information and running the valuation is accurate. And that is one area that people would then need to do. But the whole idea of you running the numbers, crunching the numbers, doing repetitive work is taken care of. So this is one key case study, one area that we've applied AI into, and the result has been quite amazing. And the beauty of it is that every single day that passes by, the AI model gets more intelligent. And that is the beauty. So it creates a natural moat for itself, because it is adding data every single day to the original data you fed it with, and it gets stronger and stronger. I really don't want to understand. I can't imagine how powerful that AI model will look like in the next 5-10 years. Because what that simply means is that you can ask this AI model in the next 10 years from now, and it will tell you the valuation trend of, say, Access Bank from 2015 to 2030. And you can see clearly if Access Bank has habitually been overvalued historically or habitually been undervalued historically. That level of intelligence is something that human alone might not be able to provide in a very simple and consumable format. So thank you so much for listening to me. That's just one key area of application of AI that we've done at 𝗗𝗄𝗄. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So when we said the future is here, it's really here. So I know how many of us are curious to learn more about this AI? I think we all are. So I think a lot more we need to engage to find out how do we make this work in addition to what he has said. Thank you so much. This Congress is just revealing quite a lot. So the insights are bold, the insights are new, and they are practical. I just want to say that if you have more questions that you want to ask, you can ask our speakers during the next break towards the end, or you can log them onto Slido. If you put in your email, then you can get a direct answer. So if you have questions, burning questions, you can engage through that platform. But in addition, the Retail Academy is here to attend to all of our questions. So the next exciting thing we're going to do, can you guess? It's a book unveil. So if you've attended this Congress almost every year for 4 years, right? I think 4 years, we have unveiled a book. Can you give ourselves a round of applause? So today we have another book we want to unveil, and I'd like to call on stage the actors, the people that have made this possible. I'll start with the editor, chief editor, Professor 𝗗𝗄𝗲. He's the academic director. I also want to call CEO 𝗓𝗏. He's not here, okay. And then I'll call Olu Akomu. To join them on stage is the publisher for this book, Dr. Nwachukwu. Please give them a round of applause. It's not easy to write. If you think it's easy, when you go back, just try to develop the notes from this Congress. Publish it on LinkedIn tomorrow and hashtag everyone. It's not easy. So let's please appreciate the work that they're doing, trying to document knowledge. Okay. So I'll invite Prof to just tell us a bit more about the book between himself and the two other gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Olu will do more of the talking, but just to say that most of what I shared today is in the book, so you can learn more. We also have chapter contributors, so our friend Razak is one of them, and you'll see Bayo Adekombi and a couple of other experts who shared very practical insights on the book. But I think Olu Akomu will do more justice to why we wrote this, so let me call him. Olu.
Thank you, Prof. So very briefly, the book title you have seen is Scaling Smart AI, Retail, and Imminent Disruption. A lot of the things we have been discussing since the beginning of this session, especially some of the answers and best practices on how retailers are using AI to scale their business in Africa, are what are contained in the book. I want to particularly say that, yes, informality is very important in Africa, so there's a whole lot about retail AI in informal markets in Africa. One of the very interesting topics in the book is, I find it very interesting as an editor, is one of the chapters is something about AI blind spots, what African shoppers know that algorithm may not. And it speaks to the challenge of data, how you collect it, to make AI even smarter in the context of informality market. But Africa is not just about informality. There's also a section of our markets that is modern retail that is growing. A whole lot of us here are for modern retail. Africa is what I call a bifurcated market. Whereas you have the Alaba, the Dumotas, you also have the Just Right, going to 𝗂𝗶𝗺𝗲, the grocery bazaars. And the best practices around Africa in terms of how AI is being used to scale some of those businesses are what you find in the book. It also goes into supply chain issues, AI, and lessons about leadership and talent management in the context of AI today. How you manage people with AI is going to be different from what we used to do in the past. These are some of the things that you're going to find in the book. And we are going to commend the book to you. So I'd like to invite the chapter contributors who are present to join us on the stage. Thank you.
So please, all the chapter contributors, please come up. I'll invite Razak Ahmed. I'll also invite Sandeep Sham, who is Head of Learning and Developmental Aram Group. And then also the Advisory Council members. Please join for the unveiling of the book. Please, can we clap for them? It's not easy to write A single post on Twitter is not easy. Now you're writing a book, and every year this academy is publishing and releasing books. So you can see the chapter contributors. Please, let's give them another round of applause. I respect writers. So we'll carry on with the unveil. It's a very simple, not AI-driven, very manual, reliable process. So I'll ask the one lady that has helped us to diversify this group along with Razak and Professor 𝗗𝗄𝗄, to hold the lovely white cloth. So when I spell retail, all of us will spell retail. As we get to L, they would lift it up. Okay. So what's the first letter in retail? R. And the second one, E. And the third, and another, and another, and the last one, L. Wow. So each person just pick up a copy of the book so they can proudly show it. I'll pick one for myself. Photographer, please. Thank you. So this book, some people already have their copies. It's the product of lots of research. And the publisher has whispered to me that the cover price for this book, can you guess? Is, what did he say? Someone said $20. Let's bring it to Naira. We're in Nigeria. So he said $20 times 1.5, which is, I mean, makes it easier. How much would that be in Naira? $10 is 15,000, 20 is 30,000, right? But the publisher says this cover price for this book is just 20,000 Naira. That's fair, right? I'm not getting any reaction. It's fair. 20,000 Naira, simply 20,000, less than $20. But because you have invested in coming for this Congress today, there's a Congress fee that is valid just for today, and it's only 15,000. Thank you for clapping. It's only 15,000. Now, there's something that is often said that if you want to hide something from a certain group of people, because this is being recorded, I will not mention the group of people, but I know those people are not here. Put it in a book. But you're here and these things will not be hidden from you. So pick a copy, not just for yourself, pick for your friend, pick for your organization, pick for someone that is in retail. And in a few weeks, we'll be doing what? Christmas, New Year, hamper. Don't just give groundnut oil that will finish. This is a gift that keeps giving. So I'll encourage you to pick not just one copy, more than a copy, 2 copies, 3 copies, 4 copies. Give, share love, share knowledge, and the person will come back to thank you later. So thank you very much to all of our chapter contributors. Keep researching, keep writing, keep making an impact in retail. So thank you as they go back to their seats. So the ushers are going around with POS. Thank you. If we run out of copies today, the publisher says we can reorder. We'll use that AI model. How many books did you sell today? How many should we print in November? Thank you so much. So we'll go very quickly, take some of our sponsors' messages as the ushers are going around and giving the books to those that want to buy. So, control room, can we have messages from our sponsors? This Retail Congress would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. So let's just appreciate our sponsors.
Decided to chase her life.
Bonjour, why haven't you received our shipments?
We cannot ship. We have not received the payment. Je suis désolé.
What?
My friend, why has my container not landed? Nah, can you name me? Why I never see my goal, so?
We see no money. Sorry.
Charlie, how far with the cocoa we ordered since 2 weeks now?
We didn't get the payment. I have checked 5 times. Sorry.
With Duplo, payments are fast, reliable, and secure. Managing business expenses is just as effortless because now your entire financial workflow runs on one smart platform.
Use Duplo.
Pay us with Duplo.
Charlie, this thing with Duplo, big.
Bonjour, why have
When newlywed 𝗗𝗲 decided to chase her lifelong dream of setting up a supermarket, she probably did not envisage that it would crystallize into a retail powerhouse. With the humble proceeds from a wedding and the support of her husband, late 𝗗𝗶𝗺𝗲, she quit her job as a librarian at the University of Ibadan and redesigned her fresh fruits and vegetables store in a supermarket, or more fittingly, a small corner shop. 39 years later, Mrs. 𝗗𝗵𝗺's dream, FoodCore Nigeria Limited, has grown to become the largest supermarket chain brand in southwest Nigeria outside Lagos, expanding its portfolio to include quick service restaurants, manufacturing and entertainment. FoodCore Supermarket is also among the top 5 supermarket chains in the country. The year 2017 started on an optimistic note as we were ready as a company to expand our frontiers as a brand, and we have continued to make impressive strides, taking huge steps of faith. FoodCore Nigeria Limited now boasts a wide stock range of thousands of products spread across groceries, household goods, toiletries, apparel and cosmetics, servicing over 5 million customers. FoodCore is currently the fastest growing supermarket chain in the country, doubling its brand footprint in the last 2 years. It is also one of only 2 multi-channel retailers in Nigeria. Wide reception and demand for a brand that gives consumers a variety of lifestyles under one roof made us take the big leap of faith and go on planned and adventurous exploration between 2018 and 2020, establishing 𝗂𝗄𝗄 in October 2018. The store has grown to become one of our 5 biggest stores. This was swiftly followed by Ring Road, which was opened in November 2018 and has grown to become one of our biggest. The pandemic struck, but we were able to do Ologwanri in 2020, and the store has continued to grow all around. We also rolled out our quick shops in Oluyole, Tollgate and Monia areas of Ibadan. After these, our employee size tripled. This persistency and consistency with brand innovation and growth led to the creation of more departments as a step in the direction of our mission: be the largest retailer of consumer goods across southwest Nigeria and beyond. However, there were roadblocks. In 2020, we were hit by COVID-19, but were able to bounce back, more determined than ever to excite our customers and operate together as a big family, which was goals that aligned our operations in that year. We were big on ensuring that members of the public, as much as it was within our power, did not feel the full impact of the heat as we engaged in welfare outreaches to several communities and minority groups, Also, we created the customer service and delivery units, which have remained important to the business till date. In addition to these, we were strategic with maintaining the workforce, and instead of bowing under the weight of the peculiarities of the era, rather our employee size increased sporadically. Never stopping on the track race of being the leader at what we do, we came back with full force and began operations in Lekki, Lagos State, Nigeria, following up with a swooping takeover of one more southwestern state, the ancient town of Abeokuta, which was a major hit. We recorded our biggest opening in the history of the brand. We did not stop there, but went on to crown the year with an increase in value offering and customer base by launching the Sunfresh Water project. 𝗂𝗄𝗄 by FoodCore also brought Sunfresh ice cream to home base Ibadan. In fulfillment of our commitment to growing local industry, in the year 2020, FoodCore organized the Big Break with FoodCore contest, where selected budding entrepreneurs between the ages of 18 and 30 were trained in business skills, and the top 3 winners were given the opportunity to stock their products across FoodCore stores. Our efforts as a brand did not go unnoticed by the numerous awards and recognition we have been receiving across the board. Retailer of the Year 2020 Marketing Edge Brands and Advertising Excellence Awards, Retail Company of the Year Business Day Nigerian Business Leaders Awards, Multi-Generational Company of the Year 2019 Business Day Nigerian Business Leadership Awards, Excellence in Enterprise, Best Bread in Africa 2019 African Brand Congress. Sales figures increased year on year in 2018 by 24.1%, 2019 by 49.5%, 2020 by 30%, and 2021 by 62%. Summarily, we have remained undaunted by our pressures and surmounted obstacles, never stopping in extending our brand footprint into untapped areas of southwest Nigeria, expanding our network of local vendors and suppliers, hitting 5 million customer milestone, expanding our products portfolio with Sunfresh Water, Sunfresh Ice Cream, 𝗂𝗄𝗄 by FoodCore, graduated our first batch of fellows and promoted 150 staff across the branch network. We are optimistic, ready for more, and are ready to take flight into the coming years.
To do it, then when you start, you don't want to stop. We wanted you guys to have another networking break, but the stress that it took us to bring you back in, so we decided let's just do it on our seat here. So right now we'll be going straight to another panel session talking about leading in an AI age, and our panelists are Sam AJ, the CEO of Grocery Bazaar. Please, you know I'm here. You know I said it, that it's your clap that charges my smile. So until they are all seated, we are going to keep clapping. CEO of Grocery Bazaar, Sam Eze. We are going to keep clapping. We are going to keep clapping. The CEO of Data Science Nigeria and Equalize AI, Dr. 𝗗𝗶𝗺𝗲. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. And the CHRO of MTN, Esther Akinukawe. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Keep clapping. You will not clap now. You want contracts from MTN, you will not clap. Clap so that she can note you. The CEO of Intent AI, who will be joining us online, Jonathan Larkin. Please clap as you can hear us online. And the General Manager of 𝗗𝗶𝗺𝗲, Arike Okunowo. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. And moderating this session is the CEO of Hydrogen, Kemi Okusoya. Please keep clapping. My moderator has not sat down yet. Please keep clapping. Moderator, over to you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. So I think it was when Juliet was speaking, she started off on that slide and we had the breakdown of retail. I don't know if anybody saw that slide. You saw the retailers, you saw the wholesalers, you saw those at the last mile, and you see that there are various segments and all within that space. I started my journey with my mom within that space. And every time I think about it in context of this conversation, I recall vividly how business was planned. And this was in the early 80s. And when my mom would think about growing the business or scaling, it was about having that shop in the right location. It was about having the right pricing from the distributors or the FMCGs. It was about having the best salesperson in store and having enough people to actually also engage the customers. It was about how to arrange the items in the store so that you would actually pick immediately, the complementary item to buy. Now, as we think about that, all that is changing. If you think about scaling and that's the only methodology you have, then you just soon realize that the world has left you. Our conversation this afternoon is going to be focusing on how to scale retail and leveraging the three things that are changing our world. One is data, one is digital innovation, and one is technology. So I have my panelists, so please welcome my panelists with me this afternoon. Thank you very much. My job is the easiest. They have all the smart ideas and we'll be learning from them. And we have Jonathan as well. Jonathan, say hello to us here. Can we see you wave? So by the way, Jonathan, thank you, Jonathan. So just so you know, Jonathan is a true African and he speaks Swahili fluently. So we're going to start off with, thank you, Jonathan. We're going to start off with him. We heard earlier around AI adoption and how Kenya is leading. So there's no better place for us to start. So we're going to go right to Kenya. And we're going to ask Jonathan this question. Now, with AI adoption that is growing across the globe, one of the things that you see is the world is changing. We've seen this in the financial space. We've seen this in technology. And very recently, retail is catching up and is beginning to change the whole dynamics of that space. Now, based on your experience, Jonathan, share with us, are there opportunities that you see for AI adoption, particularly in the African retail sector? And of course, you know how dynamic that space is and unique in itself. So we would be keen to hearing from you your own thoughts around that space. Thank you.
distributed disposable income, and informal markets which prioritize affordability, access to essentials, and so forth. On the other side, you have a group of high-income shoppers who expect everything: instant delivery, sustainability, all of these other factors that represent an entirely different retail construct. And yet there's a third force which is coming in, which is this tech-enabled middle class that's really demanding broader access and has come through education and opportunity. And each one of these, we want to treat differently in this hunt for value. So if we take the first group of these, the key is in shared infrastructure and figuring out how to take what is actually a very expensive commodity today in AI and translate that in Africa's own language, which actually means dealing with things at the edge. Like, how do you take your AI and embed it on the mobile, right? So that it's actually in the hands of the individuals. And there's an African proverb I love, which is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. Right? And when you take that, that's a story of how do you as retailers start to not just think about yourself, but how do you start to share things with others to allow a new economy to come in, a shared infrastructure and so forth, because we want the $20 mobile and so forth to become the reality or the handset. The second thing I would call out is hyper-personalization, particularly in influencing the consumer ahead of your visit to the store, right? That's where it's been happening elsewhere in the world. If you look at Shein's rise in Europe from literally nowhere to #1 in the space of 2 to 3 years, that happened through influencing in TikTok. So the decision that's happening in the consumer mind, and as AI becomes our companion, and the companion of the consumer, that influence is going to be where hearts and minds are won ahead of actually the purchase. So that becomes a super important aspect, I think, to focus on.
Amazing, and thank you so much. And I love the example of Shein that you gave. I mean, from nowhere.
I've lost the audio, yeah.
From nowhere, and they're just everywhere today, and it's the power of AI, is the power of what we can actually do with this space. I gave the example earlier of how business started, and something that came to mind just now is, we all talk about OPay. OPay is a financial service, in its financial services space and into retail. I'm yet to see one branch. And so you see how the power of technology has really changed our world. Let's go to Sam. Sam, you've been in the grocery and retail space for almost 2 decades. And with the changes in technology, especially AI, I'm keen to, hearing your thoughts on areas that you think should be considered for us to scale, grow, in our businesses, because the people here want to hear that. They want to hear some thoughts around that.
Thanks for the question. So having been in retail for a while, the environment is different. It's not the same anymore. It has changed significantly. I remember when I started my first store, along the entire stretch of that road, I had just one store, and it was the only store there. That was 2010. If you go to that same location today, you have over 15 stores. Bigger, mine start looking older. It doesn't make any sense anymore. And in addition, my own view is simple. Technology, especially AI, has actually commoditized the idea of retail. Because effectively now, almost everybody here is a retailer. They all use WhatsApp, they send things, they buy things. Every person is involved in our business today. I remember when I was a kid, you need to get the magazine to actually see ladies pose. These days, Instagram is there. Everybody is posing. It's the same thought process with retail. Retail has been commoditized. Technology has commoditized it. It's not the same thing anymore. And in reality, if you're thinking about that carefully, almost every person has become a retailer by implication, because of technology has changed that. With use of WhatsApp, and AI coming into the picture now, it's even going to accelerate that process significantly over the next few years. For us, what we've done over the past few years is we're actually thinking in that direction as well, trying to make some adjustments. What we do today with AI are primarily 3 things. We use that to sort of forecast some of our forecasting, inventory forecasting. We also use it for some sort of automation in our business. So simple things like leave forms, all sort of things are not done automated. They're simpler to do with AI. And I think we use it for one more thing as well, which is to actually try to predict customer demand and stuff. So inventory on one side, but customer on the other side as well too. Problem is simple. If you don't have good data, then you struggle. And that's one of the challenges we use in AI as well too. Sometimes if you have corrupt data, then you have very bad results. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. There's something is said. They use it for forecasting, inventory management. And someone mentioned earlier, I don't know if it was Deepak, when he said that AI is a tool. And so you see how in Grocery Bazaar, they've decided to see it and utilize it as a tool for their business. They've identified areas where there's a problem, and they're using it to fix that problem. Let's move on to Bio. Bio, you practically live and breathe data and AI. At the heart of AI is data. If there's no clean data, there's nothing we can do. Can you share experiences where data analytics has helped to identify new business opportunities? Because there are people here that they're at the time that they're in a business, but they're beginning to think that, there are times you feel in your business that I think we need to pivot. Anybody feeling that way? I need to pivot in my business. And so how can I use data to actually start to help me think about, can I create a new business out of what I'm doing, or can I start to adjust my pricing somewhat? We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much. Just as is a dominant fact that retail is powered by data, like we say, retail is detail with trail and long tail. The more detailed you are, the more retail you can become. And that means that you need every bit of information. Formal, informal, structural, unstructural, anecdotal evidences that you need to bring together to be able to understand the market better, understand the white spaces, and then find what you can do different. This goes beyond just the fact that I understand my transaction data, also understanding the macro of the customers, understand the weather forecast, for example, understand even for large businesses that have things as simple as retail audit data or, even social media data as well. There is something we call triangulation, ability to bring different data together so that they talk to themselves and you're able to understand the underlying drivers, because that is where the opportunity is. There is no one size fits all when it comes to use of data in retail to make business decisions. And I'm going to use two examples just to underpin what was said. Now, we had a client, a global multinational, that does retail audit. They think they understand the entire universe of opportunity until we came in and then we brought in satellite imagery, for example, and what we call 𝗂𝗲. I will explain what those two mean. The reason why I'm explaining this to you is just to have a broader view of what is possible with data powering retail. Now, with satellite imagery data, we're able to understand fast-growing areas across Nigeria. What do you mean by that? New buildings emerging on a daily basis. There are satellite images that shows it. And it's not just showing those buildings, but what is the nature of the rooftop of those buildings so that I can use that as a proxy of the economic value of those buildings that are emerging. And then when you extrapolate that on 𝗂𝗲, 𝗂𝗲 measures data download anonymously across the world. So I can overlay all of that and say there's a new cluster emerging in Lekki Axis or somewhere in Magodo or somewhere where people are heavy data users based on anonymized data, or there are new buildings emerging. Or let me even go to the traditional data sources, just to also establish the fact that we're not talking about big business. There was something we did, which Professor Uchenna is aware of, where we use this till receipt. I'm sure many of us will know till receipt. When you go to any mom and pop shop, supermarket, they give you a small receipt which comes automatically from a machine. And after you collect it, what does 80% Nigerians do with it? They drop it off. So we collected young boys all over who are picking it by coordinate. And they just take the picture and upload it for us. With that, what are the data points? The date, the time, the product type, the SKU, the volume bought, the value, the pricing, the total bought, the time of the day. With that, we're able to do market basket analysis. What do people buy together? What is the maximum purchase in the morning? By hour, what is the purchase? Weekend purchase, Sunday purchase, and interestingly, what do people buy together? For example, we saw an amazing trend where you see people buying sexual reproductive product plus baby food together. Unbelievable combination. These are amazing insights. And somebody will tell me there is no data to do that. But yet, paying people, cleaners, extra money across all stores in Nigeria, just take the picture. As you take the picture, for every picture you take, we give you small money. Which when they compare with what they hand is a big deal. And mind you, those data are anonymous. So many things are possible. And if you want to play retail, we have to go into detail. And that's where data makes a difference. And when we say there is no data, there is data. One more point I need to make. Somebody will say, what about 𝗗𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗄 market? Now, we just started a new frontier where even a woman in 𝗗𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗄 can voice her transaction so that we can also understand what is happening in the informal sector. What are they selling, and how can that also enrich that body of knowledge? So essentially, if you want to play detail, look for the data and you're going to get it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bayo. Am I the only one curious? Who wants to see Bayo after this? I really want to know that data. We'll go straight to Arike. So Arike, you are in the financial space. Paga has been there forever. I've always respected Paga. And you guys have driven a lot of the innovation, even when some of us were sleeping. From your own organization's perspective, is there a process or a function within your organization that has been transformed using emerging tech? Maybe an example, because sometimes, you know, we say these things and people just feel like, okay, maybe it's still something that it's not for my own type of industry. So we'd love to hear from your thoughts, particularly for financial services. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that. There are about 3 areas that I would like to touch on, and that's because they are very similar to each other. I'm going to speak on onboarding, support, and then scaling. When we started Paga, right, if you needed to onboard a customer, right, you needed to take a physical paper. People had to fill a form. Someone had to take it to the person, go back there to collect it, bring it back to the office. The back office has to check and then do due diligence, which was very much open to human error, right? But today, we had to reimagine that process, right? Because if you want to scale, right, you can't continue on that manual leg. So we had to leverage AI and technology. And today, just by a click of the button, facial recognition is there that you can use to check the KYC of the person. You can also just upload document onto the system, and then it verifies it within minutes, and then you have that customer onboarded. And also in supporting the various, the numerous retailers across the country that we needed to support, right? We had to also leverage data, right? Predictive data could tell us, right, what is this person doing? How is this person performing? And then we could proactively, right, reach out to the person, or even proactively on our own part, develop products that we feel would meet the needs of the market at that time. And finally, in scaling, right, and this way, we then looked at retailers as a whole, right? As we're scaling, right, how do we help the retailers to scale as well? Yes, we started by saying, oh, accepting payment, financial, and all of that. And that was when we thought about the 𝗗𝗄𝗄𝗲 by Paga, right? Because analysis had shown that a lot of these businesses accepting payment still had gaps to manage their inventory, manage their customers as well, and even make decisions that are data-based, data-backed, right? So we came up with 𝗗𝗄𝗄𝗲 to help them manage their inventory, make decisions that were data-backed, real decisions that helped these businesses to even access financial services in other places. There are businesses that need loans, But because they don't have like clean data to support whatever they need, they are rejected. So this time you have a clean data, and then it helps you access a lot of things that will help your business to grow. And that way we've been able to manage our businesses, our retailers, whoever comes on board. Like, for you to grow, there's no gainsaying. You just need to go digital. You just need to embrace technology. That's the way forward.
Thank you so much for that, Arike. There's something you said. We spoke about the onboarding and the laborious process it took before. Without you saying much, my sense is you probably realized there was a bit of waste and you had to cut back on some employees. So that means that there's more efficiency now. So maybe if you needed 10 people, you probably just need 9 today. So I'm going to go to Esther. So Esther is our HR chief. And very often, when we talk about AI adoption, you start to hear of concerns around employees losing their jobs. People are getting paranoid, and they're like, oh, they're here to take our jobs. The company hates us. So as HR executive, how would you advise organizations to manage these concerns that could come up? Because they are real.
Okay, thank you very much, Kemi, and good afternoon, everybody. The speakers, the audience, well done to the organizers. The truth of the matter is that in some instances, AI is actually here to take some people's jobs. And I do not want to leave anybody, in la-la land, thinking that if you don't make certain changes, the job that you were occupying yesterday, 2 days ago, last year, will remain next year with the advent of AI. It is not so. However, even though there's a lot of excitement about, the adoption of AI, the paranoia that you talked about is stemming from the fear of not just losing your job, but the fact that I do not have the skills to do something else, so I'm likely to lose my job. And then it's also stemming from not understanding what this AI is about or how I should navigate it in the organization. In some other instances, it's stemming from loss of control. I used to have full autonomy over what I do. Now there's this thing called AI that is taking a bit of my power. And as human beings, that we do not like to lose power. So what we have done in my organization when we decided to go the AI route, where we are adopting AI, was to first and foremost look at the myriad of change management models out there. And there are so many of them. There's the 𝗂𝗲, there's the Lewin, there's the this, the that. But we decided to go with the 𝗂𝗲. And you can take it down. 𝗂𝗲 is awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. Very simple to implement. But what does that mean? First, create an awareness of what the change is. What is the change and why is the change? For organizations, and I'm not talking about big organizations. I'm talking about the mom and pop shops. I'm talking about the grocery businesses. I'm talking about the small, medium, and even the large shops. Why are we going the AI route? Is it because it is now the in thing, or because there's a real problem we want to solve in my organization? And if there's a real problem, what is that problem? Is it a problem, or is not a problem, but it is to improve what we currently do? So once you have a clear understanding of why you have decided to adopt AI, which I dare say you do not have a choice now because the horse has bolted, then you find a way to communicate that to all your stakeholder groups. That means you have to do a lot of stakeholder mapping. Your executive committee, starting with them, because they say fish rots from where? The head. If the head gets it, chances are that the rest of the people will be able to get it. So you identify them, identify the employee groups, the customer segments, your regulators. We had an ISON, representative earlier on. They need to be carried along on the journey as well, so that even as regulators, they know how to regulate and how to support when you infuse AI into what you do. You look at government, the general public. And then once you have communicated effectively what it is you're trying to change and why you want to change it, then you can now go to driving that desire for people to participate in the change, which is the D in the 𝗗𝗏. And that means you are positioning AI not as a threat, but as a helper, as a teammate, as a tool to augment what you do. Yes, I know that AI can be, to augment. It can be full automation. It can be to create new jobs. In the process, some people can lose their jobs. However, it's the human assist you want to emphasize. And you get champions, early adopters. That's what we did. We didn't go straight to the entire organization. I was one of the early adopters when we wanted to introduce AI. Not only because I'm an executive, but because also I'm very interested in things like that. And because I understood it, it made it a whole lot easier for me to be able to even, train the people around me. And then number 3 is the knowledge, which is create the knowledge for people to know how to implement AI. Okay, so what's this knowledge? Skilling, reskilling, upskilling. We introduced an AI-ready AI appreciation workshop, which is in line with our AI-ready workforce. We also conducted AI maturity surveys, where we wanted to know how ready people were for the adoption of AI, and we used the gaps to be able to train and train and train. As I speak, trainings are still going on. For instance, one of the generative AIs that we implemented was Copilot. And we took it in batches, where everybody in the organization today now has been trained on the use of Copilot. And the reason we did Copilot, we could have done ChatGPT, but we wanted something proprietary that will use only the information in the organization so that we protect the integrity of our organization. And now we make it almost mandatory that if you want to respond to me, to an email that I have sent to you, I don't want you wasting time, thinking about how to respond to it. Just type in Copilot whatever it is you're thinking in as crude a form as possible. And let Copilot do the work for you in less than a few seconds. It's giving you what the response is. You refine it to how you want to shoot it out to me. Shoot it out to me. When I'm responding to you, Copilot is my aid. Also shooting it back to you. We are shooting it to ourselves. At the end of the day, what is happening? I am able to spend more time driving experience, driving high-value work and tasks in the organization rather than the rudimentary ones. And then in terms of ability is helping with support, with coaching, hand-holding people to be able to implement this change. And as you do it, we reinforce it. We support you, we celebrate the quick wins. Honestly, as simple as it is, if you implement 𝗗𝗏, you'd find that you minimize the paranoia and the anxiety that people feel in trying to adopt AI in the organization. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you so much, Esther. Esther spoke a lot around adoption. And sometimes you're ready to adopt internally, but there are factors that are external that make it difficult. So I'm going to go back to Bayo, because you have been in this space much longer. And I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on external factors that you think can actually inhibit or slow down the adoption of emerging tech from your own experience over the years.
Thank you very much. To be very frank, people are shy of technology, and so therefore we must situate technology within their context. And that speaks to the issue of infrastructure. And most of the time, we so much focus on technology and we forget the people. Today I've had issues around design thinking. We build technology and we're trying to force people into technology, not thinking about if I want adoption, people must see it as an evolution of their normal life. So you are bringing it to complement, to enhance, and just get them into a world that is similar to where they're coming from. Now, and that's why when you look at some of the gaps we have seen in the country today, from things like contactless. It came as a big hype, but like I tell people, I said, tap and pay has become trap and pain to a lot of people. People have invested in infrastructure, things are not working. So for me, it's about what works within the context of the user. And that takes me to the fact that if anybody wants to really drive adoption for AI-related technology today, offline first, remote aware, context rich, and voice first. People want to talk and they want AI to respond to them naturally. And so we are building our infrastructure and we are aiming not just to score another media hype, because there are certain things we launch to create some hype. And there are certain things we launch and we want consumer to use. If you are keen about what you want consumer to use and drive real traction, then focus on what works. Offline inference on any AI that you are deploying, where even when people are not connected to the internet, the last mile is making decisions. You can check things like 𝗗𝗶𝗺 that we just released about 3 weeks ago, where on a device, you can have 7 billion token of AI making decision on-prem, for example. And this is the way we have to think about making AI work. Now, let's come to the traditional big retail, where one of the biggest problems we face today that is cutting a lot of people off is this is what I ordered for, this is what I got. It's making a lot of people stop e-commerce, But now we're seeing more technology that are becoming more people-centric. I'm sure you've seen a lot of try it on virtually, where they use 3-dimensional imaging of yourself and they superimpose the clothing on you and you can see yourself in it and it takes all your 3 dimensions. And now we now have another one which is at a very much advanced stage, haptic gloves. What does haptic glove do? It also checks the fabrics and the texture of the cloth and match it against the one you have in your house. So that it's not when the cloth comes and you say, it's so soft, that is not what I want. For me, this is how we must think. What matters to the user? And how do we make technology work for the user? And that takes me to my last point. There was a gentleman that was talking around the fact that, can this really work for informal sector? Informal sector is actually the biggest market as far as AI is concerned. If we understand what they want to do, they carry a lot of information on their head. They are one of the smartest brains, I'll tell you, because they know what to. It's like a mama put. A mama put knows who to give credit to and who not to give credit to. She knows when to sell rice and beans with plantain. She knows all those details because those information stays in her brain. But now, if I want to build a technology for her, she's used to a traditional model. So what can I do for her? I need to build something where she just voice, for example, and that voice can interactively engage her. It becomes like what Yoruba would call a sewing, for example, like an oracle providing information. So my philosophy is customer first, context first, offline mode, and voice first. That will make a difference in addressing the barrier to adoption that we have seen in our client.
Thank you so much, Bayo. So I'm going to ask Sam. So we've heard Bayo. As a retailer yourself, what are those barriers that you see? And it might just be very well with what he said, but what are those barriers that you see is actually slowing down that retail space from adoption? Because you've all heard these things before. You've tried it, right? But what are those things that you are seeing? 1, 2, 3 things that you are seeing, and what do you think can be done to overcome them?
Look, he's mentioned some of them already. So first of all, just data. Just getting clean data. Look, we've used different retail systems. We've been in business for 15 years. So we've had system, in fact, we've used the software we use today, we actually, it's something we adopted on our own now. We've used other people's system, we've used other stuff of software. Just getting those data from that system into the new one is a difficult challenge. So just getting accurate and clean data, first of all, is a problem. Second problem, as you mentioned, look, whenever you start thinking of new ideas, new software, new changes, everybody panics. So for the cashier, she needs to learn a new system. For the other person, that means this changing again. Oh my God, I'm going to learn something new. Look, we've had to come to a point in the business where when we're making changes, we have to remind them, when you came here, first of all, you could not use a computer. We have to remind you that, oh, by the way, the phone you use is more sophisticated than the computer. Don't worry, don't worry. That system you use on the phone is actually more secure than the software we use on the computer. So you'll be fine. We have to encourage them. Because in reality, she's never touched a computer in her life. She's been using her phone with more sophisticated sort of things. She could do a lot of things, but she's scared of touching the computer keyboard because she's not done it before. Some of those things are real practical problems. So culturally, people just being comfortable trying to get things done. Data is a problem. And I think most importantly, cost. You know, you don't think about the cost. But you see, when you start making all these changes, there are cost implications. And look, for a business owner, you have to think about the cost implication and worry about. I think those are some of the things we look at.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know we're running out of time. How much time do we have left? 10 minutes. Okay, so we're just going to do it quickly so we can still take questions. Do we have people posting on Slido as well? Do we have the opportunity or not really? Okay, all right. So just want to be sure we have how much time we have. So I'll just take maybe one more question from, and maybe Arike or Esther, any of you can answer, and then we'll take a last thought from Jonathan. So we've spoken so much about AI. We've spoken about the, utilizing data. Some of it sometimes starts to bother around, privacy. You start to hear customers saying that, why are they using my data? At the same time, they want you to be able to predict the next thing they want to buy, so you make it easy. So how do we manage this kind of issues? How do you guide that we should use data accurately? And maybe who wants to go, Esther or Arike? Thank you.
Very clearly, in our society, trust is a big issue, right? And to get people to trust, to give their data, right, trust has to be really at the forefront. The people that want to leverage the technology need to trust that their data is safe, right? And so the people collecting the data, there has to be transparency and consent, right? The data, what data is being collected in the first instance, right, has to be very clear. What is that data being used for, and how is it going to be processed? Because you can't tell me that you want access to my contacts, for instance, and then you're selling it without my knowledge. So that transparency and consent needs to be very clear. And also, right, data protection, it's also very key, right? What are you doing with sensitive data? Is it in line with the different data protection regulations, right? You need to, the data has to be encrypted from end to end so that people can trust that my data is not just flying around. My data cannot be harvested by anyone or being used for what I did not provide it for. So very, very good is that trust, that transparency, that confidence to give data and be sure that it's being used for what it was provided for. It's very key.
Fantastic, and thank you so much for that, Rika. Jonathan, we'll take one last question. We'll push one last question to you, and it's about the next 2, 3, 4 years in Africa. It's evident that it has come to stay, but would you say that will be the major change in the major technology that will change the retail sector over the next 2, 3 years? And if so, what should we be doing as organizations? How should we start to prepare as retail companies here for that big move?
Thank you. I think Bayo was on the topic in some of the earlier comments he made. When I think about it, the change that will happen and needs to happen is a change from understanding your customers from your historic transactions. Like, everyone's trying to predict, as you say, the next thing to buy. But the reality is that's being done on limited information, the transactions you have with that customer, the receipts. What we want to understand is what's the real intention of that person in real time. Like, how do we really understand so that we can stop spending money spamming that person and actually give them something they really want at the right moment in time. That intelligence to do that will be the biggest transformation at the heart of it. So in my mind, and of course it must come with privacy, right? So, but the challenge is that's not such an easy task, right? To create that understanding, but it is possible and we're doing it, right? So when you think about that, that's the shift to understand the person as a human, like as a real person with all of their needs and all of their wants throughout the entire pattern of their life, not just from the transactions they made with your store, right? Or your event. And that's possible today. And I call out MTN for going in that direction and leading in that front as well. So just the final thought that's really it. Understanding and acting on people's intent in real time is really the biggest transformation.
Amazing. And thank you so much for that, Jonathan. I know we've really run out of time, but I want maybe just some few words. I would ask Esther, what would be one pattern word you want us to go with? We can go around everybody. So I'll take from Esther, I'll take from Sam, just few words I think we should go with.
Okay, so I think people are not resisting change just for the sake of it. They want reassurance that their concerns are valid and that the organizations that they work for are taking note of those concerns and that they would lead even as AI or any emerging technology is adopted in the organization, that there will be a human-centered approach to deployment that makes sure that even if they can't fit into that particular job because it has completely changed, they can be upskilled for another job, that nobody is going to be left behind. And if we go with that mindset, most of the time we'll be able to get our people along with us on the journey as we implement AI and technology in retail.
Thank you so much, Esther. And Sam?
Look, I think AI is here to stay. Technology is always evolving. It's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Remember when I was secondary school and we did math, and the first time you touched a scientific calculator, you're like, oh, I've been wasting my time all this while. So I've been doing this thing without all these troubles. I think AI is the same sort of mindset in a way. It gives you tools that actually in the past you thought you couldn't actually deal with. You had to hire somebody to do those things. You have to, and that's changed it significantly. There are many things that I used to do when I started my business. In my past life, I worked for Citibank. I used to type memo. It takes me some time when I started typing as an engineer, a young engineer. It took me 30 minutes there about to type a memo. I used to recall. These days, I can speak into the AI and they will type the whole thing and everything is done in no time. So, look, it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. The earlier you get used to the idea and start getting along with the program, the better it is for everyone.
Thank you so very much. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. And I just want to say that the truth is AI has come here to stay. We can't fight it. The only thing we can do is embrace it and use it as a tool to scale in our business. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our panelists and our able moderator. Please, can you wait for a picture session? Please, the members of the advisory board should get ready to join them. Photographers, are we looking left or right? Okay, he's right there at the middle. Please, can the members of the advisory board join them? The members of the advisory board, please. Okay, photographers, I hope you are capturing Jonathan on the screen. Please do capture Jonathan. He's part of our panelists. Have you gotten a good shot? Thank you very much. Please, a warm round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. How many people have their notes full already? Ah, just my gentleman in white. Okay, how many people have bought the book launched earlier? If you have, can you wave your book? Just make your neighbor jealous a bit. If you've bought the book, just wave, wave, wave. I can't see anybody waving. Is it that we've not bought the books? Yes, please, let's make them jealous. I've bought the book. Try to wave it on their face. Just wave a little past their faces a little. If you have not gotten yours, speak to the nearest usher to you. Immediately you step out. We are removing the 5K discount. We're not even joking anymore. So if you don't buy it now, 15,000, immediately you just leave that LBS gate like this. It's now 20K. So save yourself 5K that you can use to buy suya, and just get it at the rate of 15,000. And right now we're calling our partner, 𝗓𝗏metrics, to come address us. Please, a warm round of applause for our partner, 𝗓𝗏metrics. Keep clapping. That's the rule. Keep clapping until they get here. That's the fuel that drives them here. She's not here yet, so she cannot hear your clap.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a delight to be here today at the African Retail Congress 2025. My name is 𝗗𝗏𝘂𝗲, and I'm the head of partnership at 𝗓𝗏metrics. So for us at 𝗓𝗏metrics, being part of this year's Congress is truly special, not just because of our long-standing relationship with the Lagos Business School, but because this year's theme sits right at the center of what we do. At 𝗓𝗏metrics, we often say we create wealth through information. So that is more than a tagline for us, it's our philosophy. We believe that access to the right data and insights can shape better decisions, empower businesses, and move our economy forward. That is why this partnership with Lagos Business School is such a natural one. While LBS continues to shape minds and build leaders, 𝗓𝗏metrics is helping those leaders stay informed through data, through analysis, and through conversations that make sense to the economy. In many ways, this partnership brings together two forces that believes deeply in the same thing, knowledge that drives transformation. Now, speaking of transformation, we have been very intentional about how we are expanding, right? And in the coming weeks, we will be unveiling something we're very excited about. That is the NMX 100. It is our brand new ranking of the top 100 companies in Nigeria based on their annual turnover. It is bold, it is data-driven, and it is designed to spotlight corporate excellence in Nigeria. So stay tuned for the official launch on the 14th of November, 2025. Then we also continue to grow our content platform that keeps conversations lively and insightful. There is Drinks and Mics. I hope we're familiar with Drinks and Mics, our flagship podcast, which sets business leaders and creators for open, refreshing conversation. Now, the season finale is coming up on the 5th of December, 2025, and we're doing it big. So if you're not already, please subscribe to our 𝗓𝗏metrics YouTube channel so you do not miss out. And of course, there's the ever-popular Follow the Money with 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗏, where we break down business and economic stories in the most relatable way possible. If you truly want to understand how policies, how markets, how investments affect our everyday life, you should definitely subscribe and follow the Money with 𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗏. On behalf of the entire 𝗓𝗏metrics team, I would like to thank the Lagos Business School for hosting this very important Congress and for always creating spaces where ideas and partnerships can thrive. Thank you all for listening.
In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, managing technology risk isn't just about protection, it's about powering progress. At KPMG, our technology risk professionals empower your business to thrive securely. We help you navigate IT complexities, enhance compliance, and anticipate cyber threats. How? Through modernization, agile practices, best industry standards, and integrated frameworks. Our service offerings include IT internal audits. We assess your IT to boost efficiency and ensure compliance. RPA for controls and assurance. Automate your controls with intelligent robots for matched accuracy. Revenue assurance and analytics. Protecting your financial integrity by safeguarding every revenue stream. Technology gap and maturity assessment. Pinpointing tech gaps and mapping your path to innovation. IT deal services. Guiding your IT through mergers, acquisitions, and critical transactions. System implementation, QA, and data migration, ensuring flawless go-live for new systems and data. IT governance and risk management, aligning your IT with strategy with strengthening risk defenses. IT cost optimization, maximizing value and cutting technology expenses without compromise. With KPMG, you'll establish secure technology adoption and foster trusted technological advancement. Ready to transform your IT risk into strategic advantage? Connect with KPMG today.
Behind every aisle at Market Square are the hands of dedicated people working together to serve you. From stocking the shelves to attending to every customer, every interaction tells a story of care, quality, and service. And together, we've grown over 37 stores in 16 cities, serving over 30 million Nigerians each year. Because at Market Square, service isn't just what we do, it's who we are.
In today's fast-paced world, information isn't just about power. It's everything. So when it comes to your money, your business, and your future, you deserve news you can trust. That's where Nairametrics comes in. We bring you reliable financial news, data-driven analysis, expert opinions, and in-depth insights, all tailored to help you make smarter money decisions. Every article, every update, every report, all designed to help you understand the economy and take charge of your finances. With over 3 million visitors daily and more than 1 million followers across our platforms, Nairametrics is Nigeria's leading voice in finance, business, and economic intelligence. And now we are taking it even further. Introducing Nairametrics TV on YouTube, a variety of shows and podcasts all focused on financial literacy, business trends, and wealth creation. And are you want to listen on the go? We've got you. Catch every episode on Spotify and other podcast platforms. So whether you read, watch, or listen, Nairametrics keeps you informed, inspired, and ahead of the curve. Visit nairametrics.com, subscribe to our newsletters, and follow us across all social media platforms today. Nairametrics, creating wealth through information.
Thank you. Can we just give it to our sponsors? Let's appreciate them. Thank you to all of our sponsors for making this possible. Year 1, Year 2, Year 3, and now Year 4. We appreciate you, and also to our partners. We are moving gradually to the end of this wonderful Congress. So let's just do a check. When we started, somebody said energy level, expectations, 11/10. So based on all you've heard so far, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you evaluate it? 15. Someone said 15. Do you have a better offer? 15. 15 going? I heard something behind. Gone. So thank you so much, 15. Thanks to our panelists. Thanks to everyone that has come on stage to make this 15/10. Now we are moving to the awards. Every year, we give awards to retail organizations that have distinguished themselves across different categories. I will invite one of our partners to tell us more about this award and how we ensure it is credible. So give a warm welcome to the representative from KPMG. Please clap until he comes on stage. Thank you.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today and also for your support. My name is 𝗗𝗵𝗵𝗂𝗲, representing KPMG in West Africa. It is both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today as the assurance partner for the 2025 African Retail Awards. Today I want to share a bit about how I've worked to make this process as fair, transparent, and verifiable as possible. This year's awards are not just a celebration of exceptional talent and hard work, but a testament of the rigorous and unbiased selection system that has been enforced. Our commitment to transparency means that at every step of the process, from the initial submission, reviews to the final selection, is as open and accessible as possible. Transparency is essentially not only to the credibility of these awards, but also to honor the trust placed in us by all participants, nominees, and all stakeholders involved. Transparency has been built into the foundation of this process in several ways. First, the application was posted and was open on different media platforms. We reviewed the applications and the judges' criteria to ensure that they were all clearly defined. Each criterion reflected the values of excellence, impact, and innovation, which we believe should define our award winners today. These criteria are applied consistently across all applications, ensuring that all nominees are assessed with the same level of rigor and care. The judges were carefully selected for their expertise, impartiality, and commitment to excellence. Each submission was reviewed independently by multiple judges to create a balanced and comprehensive perspective on every application. Furthermore, KPMG was present as an independent observer during the process. The results were also collated by the KPMG team to ensure integrity of the process. In conclusion, I would also just like to reiterate our commitment to an award selection process that is transparent, thorough, and fair. The honor and value of this recognition rests not only on the achievements of the winners, but also on the integrity of the process by which they were selected. We are deeply grateful to each participant and nominee for their efforts and contributions, and also to the judges for their dedication and professionalism. Thank you for trusting us with this important task, and please know that we take that trust to heart in everything that we do. So thank you once again, and let's enjoy this wonderful celebration of talent, excellence, and impact. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please, I think you can do better than that. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go straight into the awards. Who is excited? Who wants to know about the awards? So we have 6 categories. And we'll call a category. The nominees will be shown on the screen. But before then, you're supposed to hand us that envelope, that sealed envelope, so that everybody sees that, right? There should be some kind of paparazzi. Yes,
we are free and fair. So you see, they are all sealed. Even we don't know who is the winner until we open it. So in case you are reporting and you don't win, you don't say that we put our party. So it's free and fair. They are all sealed. If anything, hold KPMG. But trust me, it's free and fair.
Thank you. So the first category we're going to would be Most Innovative Retail Company. Okay, and the winner is, open.
Before we call the winner, would like the CEO of Slots, if you are still here, 𝗗𝗵𝗂𝗲 to come to help present this award, and 𝗗𝗵𝗂𝗲𝗄, CEO of Hydrogen. Please join up on stage. Okay, 𝗗𝗵𝗂𝗲 is not around. I'm sure my namesake will do a very good job. Please welcome her again.
So, and the winner is Gigi. Do we have representatives from Gigi? saw them earlier. Can't miss this opportunity to take your...
If you are from Gigi and you are at the foyer, please can you come?
You've missed an opportunity. Yeah. Okay. So whilst we're trying to find them, Tomilola will graciously receive the award on their behalf. So let's give it up to Gigi, Most Innovative Retail Organization 2025 Africa Retail Award.
The next award goes to Best Retail Organization in Omni-Channel Trade. And the nominees are finalists.
Most sustainable retail organization. That's what was shown. Most sustainable retail organization. Sorry about that mix-up.
So hold on best.
Whilst you're doing that, can we invite Mr. Olu? Please join Esther on stage so she's not too... Kemi on stage, sorry. So she's not too lonely presenting the awards. Thank you.
Most sustainable. Let's have the winner. Okay, so we'll take most sustainable again. The award for the most sustainable retail organization, and the finalists are
So the winner, Most Sustainable Retail Organization 2025 is Sundry Market. Representatives, I know some of them are at the exhibition. Can we get their attention to pick their words? Someone coming from Sundry Markets. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Please, can we keep clapping for Sundry Markets?
Just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see?
Thank you. Please stay one more before we release you, one more category. So we'll move to the next category now. I don't know whether it's AI that is rearranging the slides. So please show us the next category for the award. Best Retail Organization in Range Excellence.
And the award goes to FoodCore. Clap so we can get free groceries. Please keep clapping for FoodCore.
Thank you, Olu. Thank you, Kemi. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. So to present the next set of awards, we'd like to call Esther and Professor Louise. Thank you. Don't be tired of clapping. Right after this, one more item and then we get to lunch. So the energy is coming back. Let's clap until they come on stage, please. Okay, the next award, Control Room, the finalists. And the winner, Differentiation in Retail Award, goes to 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗃. 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗃 is a South African brand, right? So we'll call 𝗗𝗏𝗄𝗲 to receive this award on their behalf. Thank you. Please, let's clap. They'll get to see this video. Thank you. Thank you. Next category of awards, Best Retail Organization in Omni-Channel Trade. And the winner is...
Can you guess?
And the winner is Omni Retail. Please, let's keep going. Congratulations. And to the final category, Best Retail Organization in Logistics Mastery. Finalist. The winner is Omni Retail.
The way you are clapping for double winners, no, you have to double the clap. So let's clap for Omni Retail.
Congratulations. We'd like to invite all of our winners, one representative, to please join us on stage for a group photograph. Yes, please stay. Please, all those that have picked up plaques today, very quickly, come with your plaque, one representative from each of the companies to join us on stage. And I'd like to invite the advisory board members to please join them on stage for this photograph. Sorry for taking you up and down. It helps you to count your steps to 10,000. Please bring out your plaque, show it. So the awardees will be in the center, flanked by the advisory board members. Let's move a bit to the center, please. Where is FoodCore? Tommy, where is that Luxity award? Somebody should pose for them. Kemi, go join them. Left or right, photographer?
Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Clapping, keep clapping till they get to their seats. We are gradually coming to the end. At this point, we would like to say another warm thank you to all of our sponsors. And we'd like the sponsors' logo to be displayed on the screen. All of the people that have made this event possible. Sundry Market, Market Square, Zoho, Ritalia, Sims, Tolaram, Duplo, FoodCore, 𝗓𝗏. Thank you so much. Please, one more round of applause to all of our sponsors. We appreciate you. So at this point, we'll invite Tomilola to come on stage and very briefly will tell us about the activities of the Academy and what next. After that, we'll take the vote of thanks by Professor 𝗂𝗗𝗄𝗎, and then I'll announce the launch protocol. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you for being here. Quite honestly, this entire event started on a piece of paper that my director, Professor 𝗂𝗗𝗄𝗎, gave to me. And then seeing you all here today, it's quite unbelievable. Seeing the hard work that has gone into this come to life and seeing all of these beautiful faces here today is indeed very humbling to me. I've probably cried a few times today already. The Retail Academy is here, and our mission really is how can we better professionalize the practice of retail on the continent? There's huge potential in retail, but it's just not paid attention to. That a young child of 12 years old doesn't see himself working in retail. He thinks it's probably for lesser individuals and all. And how do we intentionally reshape that? And that's the mission for the Academy. We want to ensure that people are proud of working in retail. We want to ensure that the retail sector contributes better to our economy and how the retail sector can also better deliver service that we customers are very happy with. And we do this through 5 major pillars. The first is advisory. Retail businesses really have very, very difficult terrain to work with. Consumer behavior is changing so rapidly. Market dynamics is off the roof. Supply chain is terrible on the continent. But to understand this, you need guidance from we as practitioners, we as individuals who have done this work over time. And the Retail Academy has a host of, or network of retail executives, retail experts who understand this through all of the research insights that we deliver. And then we partner with retail businesses, providing advisory services that guides them on market entry, guides them on how to penetrate the market better, guides them on how to digitize supply chain, make it more robust, and understand supply chain on the continent. So if you're confused about your business in retail, Africa Retail Academy probably could provide advisory service, and that could help you better understand retail operations. We also partner with retail organizations as well to develop internal teams to develop their capacity as well. We've done this for quite a number of organizations already, where we work together with some of your key executives, develop curriculum for them, and then you can have an internal academy that develops your sales team better, develop your operation management teams better, and we've done this for quite a number of organizations. And that's through the train-the-trainers approach. And then we also have customized offering. We have had a few organizations come to Lagos Business School and say, okay, we know you have a ton of programs for different sectors, but we want something for us. We want something designed for our business. And that is where we work together with businesses to design something quite specific for them based on their own key operational challenges. We work together with them to find what gaps exist in the business, and then we design curriculum specifically for the business. So you can come to us and say, okay, we have XYZ challenge and we need you to help solve it. And then we design a customized program for you. The next slide, thank you. Or let me just use this. Every year, we organize the Retail CEO Roundtable. We have a select group of retail players whom we invite to this forum. And it's usually at the start of the year. We get all of the market data. We conduct surveys as well to better understand what exactly would happen in retail every single year. And then we call together CEOs of retail business and we invite them to this forum to discuss it better. It's an invite-only forum. You can only get invite for us. You cannot show interest in attending, unfortunately. The next will be the e-commerce and payments forum as well. We have e-commerce players come together in the room. It's an invite-only forum as well. You can show interest in attending, and then we approve your attendance as well. Then we have our self-paced certificate courses. So these are programs that you can take anywhere, anytime in the world. They are 100% online certificate courses for retail professionals. We have certificate for retail executives, certificate for retail managers, and certificate for retail professionals. And then the 5th Africa Retail Congress would happen on November 7, 2026. I thought someone was going to be excited about that. So this same event would happen probably in this same hall, or probably a larger hall, because it looks like we can no longer take this capacity anymore, from next year, November 7, 2026. And I think that will be all on my own desk. I would like to call my director, Professor 𝗂𝗗𝗄𝗎, who will give the vote of thanks, and then we have guidance on the launch protocol. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I know I'm the one keeping you from having your lunch, so I'm going to be very brief. So this is to say thank you. Let me start with all the people in this room. I think you deserve a round of applause for being here. Thank you. Thank you to all attendees. So let me start by thanking our advisory board members who are here for doing this, our executives in residence, Esther, Oluwakomu, and so on, for being here, faculty members who are here, speakers. So by your thank you, Kemi, who have come. I would also like to say a big thank you to our partners and sponsors for doing an excellent job in making this work out. A special thank you goes to the students of Pan-Atlantic University. If you're a PAU student here, please, thank you for coming. Some of students of our Masters in Management program who also were part of the planning team. I'm very, very grateful and thankful to the LBS team proper, made up of our security staff, our maintenance staff, cafeteria. Some of them worked overnight. Some had to be accommodated somewhere close by to be able to do this, so we thank them for that. I would also like to thank the academy team, led and supported by Professor Nzegu, the chair of this year's Congress, and everybody working with him, Tommy, Victor, Pascal, and so on, for putting this together. So it's been a good one. We will continue to do what we can to improve how retail gets done in Nigeria and Africa. We are just starting. I would say you haven't seen anything yet. At our last advisory board meeting, we're challenged, and I think we're going to take on that challenge. So if you want to partner with us, if you want to be part of our vision, if you want to be part of the professional development that the Academy offers, I think in the brochure, there's information, especially towards the end, in the final pages, on different things you can do. But you can also interact with any of us on the Academy team to get more information. So having said that, thank you so much for coming to LBS today.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Just before I announce the launch protocol, which is showing on the screen, the executive attendees have an exclusive session after now. That session starts by 3 p.m. and you don't want to miss it because it's like a speed mentoring, coaching, deep dive session exclusively for the executive attendees. For all of us that registered, you would have seen there were categories of participation. So I would like to encourage you next time to join this executive club, okay? So launch. Executive attendees, your tag has black color. So take a look at your tag, identify the color. And then the standard attendees, you've got a band that is light blue. Your launch, you will take to my left, the door to my left, which is your right. And if you're upstairs, you can go down from there to the foyer or to the restaurant for your lunch. And then the rest of us, I have my ID card, so you're not alone. Regular attendees to the right. If you're up, I'll prefer you come down the door to your right, and then you have your lunch as well and your gift pack as you exit. So shall I say that again? Executive attendee, please take a look at your tag. You see the black band as is shown here. You go to my left, which is your right. If you're upstairs, you can come down that way as well. Go down the stairs to the foyer and to the restaurant downstairs for your lunch. Then the regular attendee, you take my right, which is your left. As you exit the door, you also would have your lunch and your gift pack for you. Then one more thing, we have some of our books upstairs. If you haven't picked up previous copies, you'll find them, just browse through them and pick a copy. If you have not yet bought the new book, you still have an opportunity to do that. After this launch week, the prize goes back to the cover prize. You don't want to miss. Remember that, what was that thing? Those loyalty, like promo. I like promo, so I'll pick up mine today. After today, you would have missed it. So thank you so much. 3 p.m., please don't miss your session. Thank you for your patience. We've come to the end of this year's Congress. Engage with the Academy. See you in 2026, and that is our 5th anniversary. It will be extra special. Thank you so much. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to this esteemed audience. Have a great weekend. Please, as you go, take pictures. We have media walls around. Take pictures, post them on social media. Remember the hashtags. Tag Lagos Business School, and we will repost. Thank you.
How'd you get out? The window. Father's sending me to finishing school. I don't.
Flow freely as a lifetime of hard work is finally recognized. When the MasterCard Foundation scholars arrive on campus, the air is charged with anticipation. They are greeted warmly, handed welcome packs that symbolize the support and resources now within their reach. The journey officially begins with the Bridging Program, a careful preparation designed to equip them with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to thrive. Here they connect, learn, and transform, setting the foundation for academic and personal success. During this time, the MasterCard Foundation scholars receive another special welcome: their laptops, tools that will open doors to creativity, discovery, and connection to the world beyond the campus. One MasterCard Foundation scholar's story stands out, her voice trembling as she shares the challenges overcome, the sacrifices made, and the dreams that now feel within reach.
I had something to look forward to, and then I got the call that I'd been accepted.